нами любимому, известному нашему Алексею Павловичу Козыреву.
So we would like to give the floor to Mr. Kozyrev, who will be the moderator of this session. He's an acting dean of the Department of Philosophy at Lomonosov Moscow State University.
Панели
So I hope he'll moderate the panel on
нашего великого мыслителя
the ideas of our great scholar and thinker, Mr. Berdyaev. It will focus on the Russian idea. Dear friends, we begin our panel, Russian Idea and Modernity, dedicated to the 150th anniversary of Mr. Berdyaev. He's a well-known scholar and thinker, and his books have been translated into almost all European languages. He's a Doctor Emeritus of Cambridge University. He was nominated 7 times for the Nobel Prize in Literature. And his work, The Russian Idea, which emerged in 1946, was penned during hard times of World War II, when Europe was in a major crisis. And the emergence of this reflection, of this genre of philosophic thought that focuses on civilizational characteristics of the Russian civilization, on the place of Russia in the world, on the West versus East, radical left and conservative right traditions in philosophical thought. Now I hope that our speakers today will mention all of this, and they will give us some links to what is happening today. We are in a major crisis right now, and it's not just because of the challenges that Russia is facing, but it's also due to the overall developments globally, a major crisis of humanist values. So I'm happy to unveil this discussion to kick off our day 2. Again, some of the housekeeping rules. So we have to stick to 15 minutes, and the first floor goes to Vyacheslav Serbinenko, who has a postdoctorate degree in philosophy, head of the Department of History of Russian Philosophy, the Faculty of Philosophy at Russian State University for the Humanities. His report will be on the Russian idea in the past and always. Well, the Russian idea in the past and always and forever. That was one of the former titles, the draft titles. And it sounds a bit, harsh, but harsh is not the right word for today's developments. But well, the idea behind this intervention was as follows. Well, I wanted to speak a little bit about the 3 positions, 3 stances, 3 characters of Russian and global culture, which are well known to you. And one of them is Nikolai Berdyaev. He's used this idea, this concept, the Russian idea, just like the other 2 characters that I will mention, so these 3 figures. So it's Dostoevsky. So he's used the diary of the writer, and the Russian idea in his creative works is extremely important. Then we have Vladimir Solovyov, first and foremost. It's his statement in Paris, and then Nikolai Berdyaev, 1946. Again, these were his last years of his life, by then,
финал жесточайшей бойни мировой.
it was the culmination of the
Других русских интеллектуалов.
battle on the global front, and
Замечательно, был настроен патриотично и переживал.
Berdyaev was quite patriotic. Not everyone agreed with him, but he was really concerned about the future of Russia.
Ничего хорошего с собой не несут никогда, но тем не менее, вот о трех позициях Достоевский, Соловьев и Бердяев.
So Dostoevsky, Solovyov, and Berdyaev,
Что их объединяет?
what is in common,
Объединяет по сути. Без
in essence?
всечеловечность русской души.
Well, the Russian soil is kind of universal, it's kind of global.
Ну и колоссальная духовная энергия.
Immense spiritual energy of the Russian path,
Того
of the Russian nation. At least that was when Dostoevsky contemplated this. So this is something that the world really needs, and so the message of this great author is relatable. As for Vladimir Solovyov, well, that's the image of Russia.
Его проект свободной теократии, его
He had this project of a free theocracy. He thought that Russia, even through sacrifice, could unite the Christian world and to save this Christian world.
Это невозможно просто. Понятно, что каждая из этих позиций, каждая из этих идей
Each of these ideas merits a separate discussion on this, and I would then have to talk about the evolution of their ideas, and like the take by Mr. Solovyov on his own project of theocracy in later years. As for Berdyaev, well, what can I say? He had this Russian idea, and he had his arguments with Mr. Fedotov on the historiographic model of Russia.
Может быть, можно сказать так, что Россия в
Well, his idea mainly boils down to the following.
Это особый экзистенциальный мир,
Well, Russia is like a
в котором
unique existential world where
присутствуют
you
как важнейшая
have differences and
мир действительно
as the main characteristics of this world. It's an existential world.
не принимающий любые
It doesn't really accept any counterfeits. Like Mr. Solovyov talked about counterfeits and Christianity. Well, it doesn't accept any simulacras.
Что выбор
Shows in this case, what is the choice?
на самом деле не соответствующим в подлинном смысле по Бердяеву там реальному историческому бытию и
So if there might be something that is not in line with the historical realities, it's like it's despotism. Berdyaev said that in this world you could have the second choice.
Никакой, так сказать, половинчатости, никакого вот как бы, ну хорошо. За это его тот же Федотов, например.
And Mr. Fedotov argued with him and said, well, Mr. Berdyaev, you don't really appreciate what you have.
Может быть, малые, может быть, не столь успешные шаги.
These steps have not been so successful, but still these have been some major steps. And Mr. Berdyaev understood what his opponents said, but he thought that this was the only way. You can only achieve this idea, this goal through existential differences. Now, what is in common? It's not just about their attitude towards Russia. Like Herzen said about the Slavanophiles, it's like they said, We might have different attitudes, but we might have different philosophies, but we have the same heart. The heart throbs and beats in the same way. Dostoevsky is a major writer, and he's taken the world by the storm. He's been well known and loved globally. He's produced so many masterpieces, and despite the global book crisis, not everything is lost, I believe, and the figures that I mentioned were optimistic, and their works instill hope that people will still read them. All the three approaches are purely metaphysical, including the one by Mr. Dostoevsky. So the initial tenet is that cultures and nations have a certain meaning, historical meaning in their existence. And Mr. Solovyov mentioned this at his during his Paris report. So you have to look at it from the lens of from the optics of the eternity. And you can apply it to different nations. Mr. Solovyov argued with Mr. Danilevsky about the uniqueness of the Chinese civilization. However, Solovyov was critical towards contemporary China. Again, there was an evolution in his position when he wrote about the Chinese ideal. It wasn't fully acceptable to it. Progress is important for Solovyov, and the Chinese ideal was viewed as a conservative ideal, impressive and consistent. So, but this ideal had a major metaphysical truth in it for Mr. Solovyov. Now we come to Berdyaev. The metaphysical nature is obvious in terms of the place of Russian culture and the place of the Russian people. Berdyaev was quite provocative. Russian philosophy, and that applies not just to Dostoevsky and Berdyaev, but also Solovyov. It's existential in nature, just like Russian culture in general. I don't think I need to explain this, but it doesn't mean that other cultures and other worlds do not exhibit the same traits. No, it's not unique, but at least in Russia, these thinkers thought that Russia is a vivid example of it, so it's mostly existential. This is why Russian ideas and Russian culture are so interesting for the world, and I hope that the report by our Chinese colleague on the Russian idea will also be quite an insight. So existentiality is a major trait in Russian philosophy. Might often think that existentiality is about the death or extreme situations. No, it's not quite that. It's about the understanding of life. Death is a separate matter. And again, it's not something that is unique to Russia. Take Plato. I think you can call him Great Plato. So he said that loyalty, sincerity, and constancy are the three traits of true philosophy. As for sophistication, well, he says it's not authentic. It's something different. It's just a different world, a different concept.
иногда, не всегда, но называл, писал о том, что
Berdyaev said that as he tried to define the Russian idea, Russian culture, he said, we are Plato successors. Well, he wasn't a Plato successor. He was like an anti-Plato. And those who build on Aristotle's ideas, well, that's basically the entire European culture. So what do I have, like 3 minutes? Right. So I believe that the arguments in Russian culture could be a major marker. They expose our souls. Well, we always had arguments. Popper wrote about Heidegger, Kierkegaard wrote about Hegel. We've always had these major debates in classes. Mr. Belinsky, for example, he criticized Mr. Pecharin for his love for China, but when necessary, he said that Slavanophils are a natural idea in his protest against imitation. We mentioned Herzen. Solovyov argued with Chernyshevsky because he was an objective idealist. So in this existential field, we had this open debate. We didn't have any implicit debates. Diversity was the major principle behind unity. Russian culture, just like any major developed, mature culture, is complex, and unity can be seen in diversity, and not just like a principle that we need to identify and call for it. No.
И я предполагал, я уже это делал, так сказать, рассмотреть конкретный спор. Это спор.
Well, you have to look at the particular argument, the argument between Berdyaev with the Eurasian on the pages of the journal Put or Path. So it's the second edition of Path. And so he gave the floor to the Eurasians, and they argued with him, and Karsavin started off his statement saying that for the first time we are facing some unbiased review of the ideas of the Eurasians. So it was dialogue based on the deep understanding of the other position. That's the only way, and any other alternative is a dead end, and Berdyaev and Solovyov and Dostoevsky thought in the same way. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting the existentiality of the Russian idea, of the Russian culture, and gave us one of the solutions and answers to the question what the Russian idea is. It's unity in diversity. It's the polyphony or of potpourri of different voices. They might be conflicting, but at least they seek dialogue. They seek consensus. Vladimir Solovyov, and again it was quoted by Mr. Serbenenko, that the idea of the nation is not that it thinks about itself at a time.
But the point is to understand what God thinks about it in eternity. Therefore, it is very important, on the other hand, to know what other peoples, other nations, other cultures understand about us, how they see us. And, well, our next report is from our Chinese colleague, who is from the Center of Culturology of the Academy of Sciences, Institute of Philosophy, Chinese People's Republic of China, Zhu Chunming. It's about the Russian idea in contemporary China.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation, because this is a great honor to have such an opportunity to speak with academia from Russia and other countries. And well, today's topic is the current status of the studies of the Russian idea in contemporary China.
Ну, вообще,
Well,
китайские
generally speaking,
коллеги
Chinese colleagues started researching into the Russian idea in the beginning of the 90s of the last century, and Professor Lei Yongsheng was published the thoughts of Nikolai Berdyaev on the Russian humanism and the spiritual struggle, a preliminary research of the evolution of philosophical ideas of Berdyaev. And, well, the
Но все равно
idea was looked at as a philosophical concept,
эти статьи
but these articles are still very important to study Russian philosophy, especially in China. Why am I saying this? Well, first of all, at that time, most of the Chinese colleagues were involved only in Soviet Marxist philosophy. And Professor Lei Yongsheng and other Chinese colleagues started to research into different areas of Russian philosophy. And this was very important because it brought in a follow-up in terms of research into Russian philosophy. Second, the research made by Berdyaev and his philosophical ideas opened new horizons for understanding the Russian philosophy in China. And
большое количество
for about 10 years there were many results
данной темой. А в-третьих,
on this topic,
впервые
many works on this topic, and it was for the first time that the Chinese colleagues were looking into the Russian idea in as a concept that brings together the thoughts of the Russian people on their historic fate, on their historic future, and this has become a very important key in the past 30 years to study Russian philosophy in China. And the entire research process I break down
на три.
into 3 stages.
Ну, первый этап,
Well, the first stage, as I said already, is the highest stage. It started in the 90s of the last century, and it has been going on for about 10 years, more or less. And during those years, the so-called Russian idea, mainly, was being studied together with the works of Nikolai Berdyaev. And in 1995, the first translation of his book was published, The Russian Idea. And after that, it was republished in 2004, and on this photo you see the latest translation of this book. So last year it was translated again, and Professor Chang Paishong translated this book for us. And Chai Panchung comes from, also works with the Russian Academy of Sciences, which shows us that studying the Russian idea is still very important. Talking about other books, other works of Nikolai Berdyaev, well, for example, the sources and the idea of Russian humanism, the philosophy of freedom, and so on, there are some others, were gradually being translated into Chinese, and we have them in translations. And the second stage is more or less the first decade of the new century, the 21st century. And in this period, the Russian idea attracted a lot of attention from the Chinese academia. If you type in Russian idea in the China National Knowledge Infrastructure, it's one of the best resource platforms in the internet in China. Well, you can find 237 respective documents, 237, and in the period from 2005 to 2009, 58 documents were registered, which is already about 25% of the overall number of documents. And talking about that period, well, two main research paradigms emerged on the Russian idea, and Chinese colleagues they took this Russian idea as a very important concept. And another group of Chinese colleagues started interpreting the Russian idea from an ideological point of view, which we can see here. And the second paradigm is related to the fact that in 2000, Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, put forward a new Russian idea. Well, so these are two approaches, and in the first paradigm, Professor Eurasian showed that the Russian idea is a very specific concept reflecting the spiritual elements of the Russian people. If you understand what the Russian idea is, you will get a logical key to the understanding of contemporary Russia. And we should underscore that this idea is shared by many colleagues from China, and I'm one of them. As to the second paradigm, well, Liu Xunyan and Yang Xili, in their article, The New Russian Thought, wrote that the main content of the new Russian idea is about patriotism, the realization of a strong country, and social unity. And the third stage of studies has been occurring in the past 10 years. But the Russian idea is not longer just a very important philosophical concept, but also a necessary prerequisite or a given for the discussion of other Russian philosophical problems. So, especially on the topic Russia versus the West. But Russia versus the West has gradually become a starting point for a part, at least, of Chinese academic circles in their study of Russian issues. And there are articles by Li Xingyuan turning the Chinese model into the Chinese idea, the inspiration of the Russian idea. That's the article. And I will come to a conclusion. We can see that the Russian idea has entered China from Russia. But after over 30 years of research, Chinese researchers have enriched it by an ideological content, but that's not it. It has made it move towards the broader Chinese reality. And I also wanted to tell you about my results, the results of my personal research on this topic. I am trying to revise the Russian idea. to look at it from the point of view of deconstruction, reconstruction, construction of the Russian civilizational circle, as I call it.
Я хочу показать, что
From the very beginning, I wanted to show that the idea, which we call the Russian idea, has certain characteristics. Well, but what do I mean? Which means that the Russian idea as a concept is not a completed project, and right now it is under development still. Therefore, even today, we cannot define its very core 100%. And after that, I introduced the concept, the civilizational circle, so as to reorganize the history of Russian thought and to reinterpret the very important Russian philosophical resources, such as Slavanophiles and the supporters of Eurasianism, their ideas. But I am looking at the Russian idea as construction, deconstruction, reconstruction of this civilizational circle, and the Russian idea means that there are different efforts to remake the civilizational circle, but the idea of Slavophiles and Westerners are looking at this from different points of view. And what is this civilizational circle? I believe personally that the civilizational circle is something like a territory that establishes some kind of a cultural identity at its maximum level for the people who live in this territory. But this is from the point of view of the construction of the civilizational circle. This is about the history of Russia. And we see that the Russian civilizational circle actually had two stages. The first stage started in 988, when Grand Prince Vladimir accepted orthodoxy and ended under Ivan the Terrible in the 16th century. And the second stage of construction began in the 16th century and ended with the October Revolution of 1917. Let us underscore that while the civilizational circle in Russia is under construction, it is always also being deconstructed. But, well, in its history, it went through deconstruction twice. Well, first, this was when the Western civilization circle started influencing the main traditional civilizational circles in Russia and in China. And second, this was after the October Revolution of 1917, when the Soviet regime carried out a fundamental destruction of the traditional Russian culture.
Ну, если мы так
If we
такой же точки зрения, тогда
look at this from the same point of view, we will see that Slavophilism is a new paradigm of identity that the Slavophiles put forward in response to the first stage of deconstruction that came from the Western civilizational circle. Talking about Eurasianism, it's a paradigm of identity that was offered in response to the second stage of deconstruction of the Russian civilizational circle. But they are very close, but they are different. Slavophilism
перестроивать
is trying to
российский цивилизационный
rebuild, reconstruct the Russian civilizational circle in a Slavic world, underscoring the purity and uniqueness of Russian culture. As to Eurasianism,
мире положить основу для
it is
построения нового
proposing some kind of a
цивилизационного круга.
core for building a Russian civilizational circle.
Я хочу
And in conclusion, I wanted to ask myself and you a question. How do we resolve this problem from China to Russia? Who is Jin Yuelin? Jin Yuelin was a famous man in China, and in the 30s, this master of logics proposed what was called a Jin Yuelin dilemma. It was about two interrelated problems. The first one was the legitimacy of the Chinese philosophy, and the second one, subjectivity of Chinese philosophy. Well, similarly, Russian philosopher Vladimir Solovyov said as follows: as Russian philosophy is Russian, it is not a philosophy. And since it is philosophy, it is not Russian. And if we look at the Russian idea within the correlation of subjectivity and legitimacy of philosophy, we may find that almost all the relevant contemporary discussions devoted to the struggle of for the recognition of Russian philosophy are going on. Conclusions. First, the constructive character of the Russian idea may also include the idea that the national consciousness of almost all late developing countries has been divided, especially for such a civilized country as China. And it is more difficult for us to choose between becoming another West, so to say, or becoming a non-West. Well, second, talking about subjectivity and legitimacy of philosophy, we may say that today China and Russia are going through a period of cultural changes. And both these countries are actively exploring and studying independent cultural models that could be in line with their national spiritual features and the development paths to modernization. However, if we put too much stress on our own ideas, and if we ignore the universal approaches, we may get bogged down in the mire of cultural nationalism. How do we find a balance between universality on the one hand and the particularity? This is a common topic that we're facing. And in the long run, I would like to point out what Professor Li He thinks. He is my professor, actually, my teacher. He says that any ideas, any thoughts are taking place geographically. And he says there is Russian, German, Indian, Chinese philosophy, and so on. But their influence depends on or can be measured at a scale that goes outside of the geographical understanding. And this is all about the power of thought that is a must for the so-called late developing countries in the period or in a period of cultural changes and transformations. Thank you very much for your kind attention. That's it. Thank you very much, Su Chungming. Zhu Chongming. This is a report with a lot of content. You have told us how the Chinese look at texts by Berdyaev in China, but you have also offered us a follow-up, a theoretical follow-up of your own, made through your research, into the civilizational circle. That's very interesting. I believe that this is a lot of content, and this presentation of yours is very valuable for us because you are looking from a side at the Russian idea, and you are taking this comparative approach, trying to see what is happening in Russia and what is happening in China, comparing these things. This is very valuable. And this is very interesting, by the way. Dear colleagues, when we are claiming that we have not formulated the Russian idea and that we still have to formulate it, I come to a question. Is the Russian idea something that can be formulated? Because you can formulate a logical concept that has some concepts, terms, whatever, but idea may be reflected upon. Well, you can theoretically look at it in your mind, and our next report, I believe, personally, may carry an answer to this question. So what is the Russian idea? Is it some concept, some idea per se, or some image? Doctor of Philosophy, Professor of the Department of History of Russian Philosophy, Faculty of Philosophy, Lomonosov University, Vasily Vanchugov, the national concept and its meaning in the experience of modern topology of the Russian idea. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. In the previous report, there was an attempt to use contemporary methods to analyze these processes. Well, how do we work out a concept for our thinking? And I am using quantitative methods too. And when you are working with good databases, and when you type in the words Russian idea just to see what the Spanish world thinks about this, what the German world thinks, German language world thinks about this, what the English language world thinks about this. And if we take an interval of 10 years, we will see that at one and the same time, even within the European space, in Germanic countries, German-speaking countries, there is a boost of interest, and in Spanish-speaking countries, it is going down, the curve is going down, and people are not so interested, and vice versa in the next period. And statistics are very interesting here, and this is a very interesting aspect. We are trying to understand what our initial ideas are here. So, sometimes we are gullible when we think about the sentence saying that any text about the Russian idea would lead to the change of the consciousness in the head of the reader, because the person will be enlightened and so on. But this might not be so. I'm not as gullible. And I'm not too skeptical on the other hand, and I'm using the quantitative and qualitative methods to understand what has been going on and what is going on still. And there is no doubt that when we talk about the Russian idea, as Berdyaev understood it, we should look into this idea. We should look at his works from the point of view of concepts and philosophy per se. We should understand what the Russian idea is, what are the associations, what is associated with the Russian idea, what are the connotations, the deeper core. Where is it lying, to understand the context of the history of a country and the history of thought. Very often it happens so that when we don't have a very strict academic format, we don't understand the status of the Russian idea. Maybe it's overblown a little bit, but well, academically it's not strictly formatted. So when you read some academic papers, well, you will see that they will be mostly about Russian studies. And well, Russian studies are productive on the one hand for Russia, but sometimes people think that Russian studies and the Russian idea are equal. They are not. And Russian studies are empirical, but the Russian idea is something that we have in our heads. That's what we read, at least. And the Russian idea is a construct, is a design, is an idea, is a concept that people think is a reality, but it may not be. So let us look into what was happening with the Russian idea. If we look at the Russian idea as a complex, as a set of Russian studies, well, this is a long study. We can look back into the ancient Russia. The concept of Moscow is the third Rome, and there will be no fourth. And, well, the terminology of Russian idea was not there yet, but Moscow is the third Rome, was already there in the ancient times, after Byzantium. Well, we can look into the 18th century, we can look at Prince Sherbatov. He was writing about morale in Russia going down, and moral and ethical approaches being degraded. So he was writing about this. Well, what was happening with the Russian idea before this happened and after? Well, then Radishev wrote about his journey from Petersburg to Moscow, which was a philosophical work. So there are many ideas of different authors, and you will find different subjects and different topics there. But I wanted to tell you about one. When we start finding the context with the relevant terminology, though this episode is sophisticated, because the Russian idea as a concept is something that we don't find in the titles of some works. This concept was actually born in 1861 in Dostoevsky's works, because, well, he was writing about the people being tied to the land, to the territory, to the space of the country. So this is when he started discussing this nuance. Well, he says Russian idea, and then he says Russian national idea, and well, that's where when the concept of the connection to land, почвенничество in Russian, was born. Well, to find a way to pass between Slavonophiles and Westerners, because, well, Slavophiles, well, have an obsolete type of behavior, Dostoevsky thinks, because 1861 was the period of reforms. At that time, Russia was being reconstructed and so on, and we needed a new idea. That's what Dostoevsky thought. Because otherwise we will be at loggerheads with the West all the time, not understanding what to do here in Russia. So developing this ideology of being tied to the land, to the soil, as he said, well, Dostoevsky launched this Russian idea as a concept. Well, Dostoevsky sees this as a cognitive feature. Well, using the terminology of Dostoevsky, this was a synthetic capacity of the Russian mind. And then he dwells on this. So what is this about? I believe that with the concept of a Russian idea, we started thinking about a gnoseological feature, intellectual feature.
On the one hand, we can definitely toe the line of Dostoevsky, enjoying this intellectual game, and rely on the synthetic idea of the Russian mind and make some gnoseological research, ontological deliberations, aesthetic structures and design. But on the other hand, alternatively, we can ask ourselves a question: is there really such cognitive processes? Are we really positive that Russian cultural space enjoy these cultural processes? And they cannot be produced, they cannot be fertile in any other cultural space. So that's reason for thought and reason for doubt and challenge. And Dostoevsky was definitely far away from cognitive science and from pure philosophy. But let's look at Francis Bacon with his idea as part of New Organon on idols, on the situations, social, psychological, and others, which might have a negative impact on the cognitive processes, and we need to be aware of these negative processes and avoid them. Well, there are also objective and subjective drivers that contribute or facilitate, catalyze this process. So we have this important issue. We need to identify the entirety of all the drivers that facilitate, accelerate, or slow down our process. Take religious factor. For some, the religious philosophy is something positive. The religious factor as a major driver of a cognitive processes. For some, it's a factor that slows cognition down. So again, the Russian idea could be a synthetic idea of the Russian mind, the synthetic trait of the Russian mind, according to Dostoevsky. So what we see is that other authors have similar ideas to that. The Russian idea is about cognitive processes. We can get some empirical ideas. You can work with religious context, with gender context, psychophysiological, psychosomatic, DNA. Well, there may be other factors, material, non-material, tangible, non-intangible. So this is one of the venues for cross-cutting research, one of the avenues of cross-cutting research. So that's the interpretation of what the Russian idea is. There's a cognitive feature of a particular nation. Next. Well, Dostoevsky views this as a positive feature, and only the Russian person can ideally describe or symbolize these universal values or needs. So if you want to be the idea maker, the trendsetter, you need to master this synthetic ability. Now, the next option, well, actually, sorry for diverging, this Dostoevsky focuses on this cognitive aspect. It becomes the major theme of his creativity, and we can see it in his Pushkin speech. And so there is this synthetic ability. So why was the successor of the Africans became the Russian, truly Russian? I mean, he refers to Pushkin. Now, because he can absorb anything, he can assimilate. Now, next is just like a case, Vladimir Solovyov. Well, Dostoevsky doesn't have a separate work which is titled The Russian Idea. It's just a concept that is fits well into his literature and philosophical scribblings, and it's like the major theme. And if you take Solovyov, we have another major work on this, The Russian Idea.
Не принимает во внимание, не учитывает следующего момента. Это все-таки работа, написанная для западной.
Well, again, that was written for the Western audience, and Dostoevsky worked with the domestic audience.
Русская идея – это обращение к западной культуре, к западному интеллектуальному сообществу.
So we can see that Solovyov addressed the Western audience, and
произнесение, артикуляция и прочее зависит от аудитории, с которой мы работаем.
it also depends on who we work with, you know, whether it's a preschool or an academic assembly or a foreign audience, and we need to adjust our utterance, our delivery, or message accordingly. Whether, again, it's the people who are versed in humanities or whether they are applied scientists. Well, since this research was addressed to the Western audience, again, we have to judge it accordingly. And this Dostoevsky has this narrative that, well, Russia can do what it's capable of doing. What is the Russian person capable of due to his cognitive features? So the list of potencies. Well, if you take Dostoevsky, it's more imperative. What Russia should do, what Russia shall do, what the Russian persons shall do, so it's say. And conceptually, it's about Christianity, religious mindset, etc. So what kind of conclusion can we make? For those who are engaged in religious life, for those who have the right modality, these imperatives could look convincing for a person of a different belief or for the non-believers. This is just nice talk and nothing else, nice words, and there's nothing behind it. So you might also take into account such kind of a possibility of embarrassment, of disappointment. Well, sometimes, if you have the right mindset, any text, any new ideas could be charged with emotions which could be meaningful, but for those who come with a different mindset, it could mean nothing, could make no sense. Another aspect is moralizing, lecturing. So, I'm sorry, we're running out of time. Is that it? Okay. I'll not go into detail. So, the Russian idea is a cultural and civilizational construct. And we can look at the Russian idea by Ilyin or the deliberations by Mr. Stipun. The Russian idea is the fourth option as the politicized mythology, like Mr. Yanov with his Russian idea and his followers. Number 5 is the conceptual literary toy, like Vasily Razanov and other intellectual of that ilk. And Mr. Berdyaev, his Russian idea is like the metaphysics of Russia, an abstract specific metaphysics of Russia. And finally, I would recommend you not to use the full name of the Russian idea by Berdyaev.
Не втягиваться в какие-то ненужные процессы. Русская идея, основные проблемы
So the main
русской мысли
issues of the Russian thought of the late 19th and early 20th century, it's an inventory of issues, cataloging of issues. Quite possibly that some of the issues are no longer relevant, and those recipes and those calls might not be relevant today. But we definitely need to review what issues we have and can we rely on those other options and definitions of the Russian idea today, like moralizing, like cognitive processes. Are they productive today? Are they efficient today? Or maybe the Russian idea is just a literary exercise. It's just like a metaphorical representation of some of the forms. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Vanchugov, thank you for such a detailed classification of the types of the approaches to what Russian idea is, and a review or inventorization of the issues is a great term. Thank you for this. So when we talk about the Russian idea, we shouldn't praise ourselves, but we need to try to explain to ourselves where we have to move, where we are, who we are, what we need to add, what needs to be readjusted, recalibrated in our cultural code, and I think that this is extremely important. Colleagues, now we'll have an extra report, and that will be done online. But I hope that this is quite relevant for our Congress, because the next speaker, he holds an important position in the intellectual landscape of modern contemporary Russia. In particular, he's quite an expert on the topic. He's a postdoctorate in political science. He's head of the Higher Political School of Ivan Ilyin. From Mr. Dugin, the Eurasian idea of the empire, of the booming complexity. Distinguished participants of the Eurasian Philosophical Congress, I sincerely thank you for the invitation to take part in it. Due to some logistics reason, I will not be able to be present in person, but I'd like to share my ideas on the Eurasian philosophy. My report is on the Eurasian idea, the empire of blossoming complexity. Well, initially, Eurasianism was as a political philosophy, initially. And later on, there were offshoots into literary and other domains. And according to the Eurasians, this political philosophy, Mr. Trubetskoy, Savitsky, the founders of this, Mr. Suvchinsky and Mr. Karsavin, so all the founders, and Mr. Ilyin, it was initially designed as an idea, as a foundation for a future ideology. So the Eurasians thought that they were political philosophers who laid the foundation, paved the way for a future ideology that was supposed to prevail in Russia once this Soviet power is going to collapse, and they prophesied that it's going to end one day. They didn't know when it's going to come. They thought that it's going to come. And they wanted to make sure that the Soviet power would not collapse, but that it would kind of outgrow, so that the Bolshevist democracy, autocracy, would evolve into the Eurasian idiocracy, preserving the empire, but preserving the top-down structure of power, and that thrust towards the future. So that was their main idea. It didn't materialize in the 1980s, and that's what happened. The Soviet idiocracy collapsed into the liberal Western model. That was the worst end, the worst outcome in Soviet history, and fortunately that's what happened. But we've had a 30-year period of liberal path, and we realized it was a dead end. It was a full geopolitical catastrophe, as our President Vladimir Putin says. And Eurasianism today, as a political science today, is our greatest demand and relevance. So the Eurasians were right by saying that the Soviet power is going to last for a long time. They were right in saying that the Soviet period had an empire dimension to it. They were wrong that this Soviet idiocracy would outgrow and transform into Eurasianism, although there was a chance during the 1960s where Eurasianism became really popular, and our different intellectuals and philosophers and politicians looked beyond Marxist philosophy, and they realized that Eurasianism has a lot of capacity, but it didn't go that way. It went along the liberal Atlantic path. But once we've, had our share of meandering and this long winding road, and the Eurasianism is becoming again, is resurging and becoming popular once again, and this Congress is very important. It might have become a milestone. We are having this new project, and Eurasianism project, and we are to build a new Eurasianist ideology now as we are approaching the 100-year anniversary. This is our joint efforts, and that's why we have to show solidarity, and this is the only path, the only solution for a patriotic idea of Russia, the Russian idea, the Eurasian idea. These are our synonyms. Eurasianism is the Russian idea in the broad sense of this word, the full meaning of this word. So we shouldn't choose the Russian idea or the Eurasianist idea. No, by choosing the Russian idea, we choose the Eurasian idea. And if we opt for the Eurasianism, we opt for the Russian idea. That's quite unequivocal. And Mr. Leontiev described the system, which is the essence of Eurasianism. It's not the simplification of nationalism, it's not the simplification of liberalism, not the dogmata of Marxism, but the blossoming complexity, or the empire blossoming complexity. That's the quintessence of the political philosophy of Eurasianism. We need to point out that the Eurasianists absorb the Slavanophile tradition, so it's not versus. There's no versus between Slavonophiles and Eurasianists. No, they are the successors of Slavonophiles. They were in broad agreement with them that the Russian culture, that the Russian state, the Russian people are an autonomous system. And it's not part of the Western world, and that's the main message of Slavonophiles, but they are, and it's a standalone civilization. You can see it in Khomikov, Kiryevsky, Aksakov. So the Slavonophile core is very important. They have this idea of Russian cosmos, and that's these Slavonophiles' idea is the foundation of Eurasianist mexages, and they never went beyond that. It's about Russian universalism, and not Western universalism. Then Leontiev and Danilevsky played a fundamental role in shaping the value of Eurasianist mindset, and they're the main benchmarks. Mr. Leontiev said that it's all about Byzantinism and the values of the traditional society, about the blossoming complexity. That was fully embraced by Eurasianists. Mr. Leontiev also had a nice feelings towards the Ottoman Empire. He said that the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire has more in common than the Western world, and the West has always pitted the Turks and the Russians always used this to destroy both empires, to destroy traditional society and the blossoming complexities of the two empires, and to bring it either to liberalism or nationalism. These were the two enemies of Leontiev. And from Danilevsky, the Eurasians took the major principle on the equality of cultural and historical types of civilizations, like the level playing field for all civilizations, the plural. This is the main idea by Trubetskoy in his basic manifesto. And that's the entire vector of the entire thrust of this idea. This is a civilization approach. And the successors of Danilevsky, the Eurasians, have always insisted on this. It's the only path. There are no alternatives for Russia. At least amid the new realities, as we made a showdown with the West and as we build the multipolar world. Again, we return to Trubetskoy. As we build on Danilevsky's ideas that German, or today we might say the Anglo-Saxon civilization, is just an imperialistic attempt to colonize the mindset of the entire planet. That's what we are facing. The Eurasians oppose this, by offering this blossoming complexity of civilizations. And again, Trubetskoy said that there is a pan-Eurasian nationalism. Well, it's not the right word, not the right coinage, but he wanted to convey the idea that all of the people in Russia are united by the unity of shared destiny, and it's like all the nations are equal on this Eurasian continent. These people can achieve synergy and synthesis and culmination of their development of their identity. This is the major Eurasian idea and message. And the same principle of blossoming complexity can be applied within Russia and beyond Russia, the world of blossoming complexities. We can turn our face to India, Africa, the West and the East, China or Africa, Latin America, Islamic world. So that's blossoming complexity of the planet, of humanity. This is the major principle behind the Eurasian philosophy. Eurasians said that we need to defend traditional values. They believe that this was the most negative, moral side of Bolshevism, who rejected spirit, Christianity and other beliefs, and Eurasianists protected them and they put them in the forefront. So Eurasianism was like a conservative revolution because they were forward-looking, forward-leaning. They said that the public needs to mobilize, that the spiritual charge needs to be maintained to move towards the future. Time and future had a lot of meaning to Eurasianists. They were even called the religious Bolsheviks because they were futurists on the one hand, and they also thought that this leap into the future can only be made if you have tight connections with old traditions of Christianity in the first place. And they also criticized Ukrainian nationalism. The The research by Trubetskoy, who criticized the chimera of Ukrainian nationalism, it's extremely relevant today. You can say that today we are at the Congress of Winners because Eurasian philosophy proved that it's superior to other political philosophies of Russia that existed in Russia and the past 100 years, and the state that our people, our society, our country is in proves that they were right, proves them right. So political philosophy is the framework for the foundation of our mentality, and that's something that we need to build our ideological house on. So we wanted to approach this like 24 years ago, and the first session of the Eurasian movement in Moscow, when Putin came to us, we had Vladimir Mironov, we have Mr. Panarin, we have Maslin, and many other philosophers were part of this. So philosophers who were far-sighted enough to realize that we need to adopt these Eurasianist ideas, and Eurasianism was also promoted at the Faculty of Philosophy at Moscow State University. So it's quite appropriate that we hosting this Congress with the full support of the Faculty of Philosophy of Moscow State University, and my daughter, who was also part of this Eurasianist movement, graduated cum laude. So my late daughter was part of this movement, and we are now publishing her books, and that's also a contribution into this Eurasianist movement. We hope that this political philosophy will give rise to a new philosophy, new ideology of the Russian Federation. So you can benchmark on what Bolsheviks said, or monarchists said, or the leftists and liberals said. So all their forecasts on what would happen to Russia, they all failed. They all didn't materialize. They were shallow. The monarchists thought that it's about some kind of plot and didn't really pay attention to the deep historical process that led to that cancer metastasis within the Romanov dynasty. Well, Bolsheviks were wrong because it was just a deviation. Liberals basically were confused, and when they got the power in February 1917, their inability to analyze the situation led to a disaster, and then they had two major disasters in emigration because they couldn't offer anything, they couldn't explain anything, and so those political philosophies, other than Eurasianism, they failed. By the end of the 20th century, they were exhausted. But Eurasianism is a very synthetic political philosophy. It's a broad one, and it can adopt the late successors of the empire and the Russian patriots and those who seek social justice and criticize capitalism, because Eurasianism is an anti-bourgeois, anti-capitalist political philosophy. So this synthesis, Eurasian synthesis of ideology, which we saw 100 years ago, is extremely important today. So Eurasianism, it's high time for Eurasianism. We tried to do it 24 years ago together with you. We tried to highlight this, but due to some technical some idiosyncratic reasons, we didn't manage. But right now, there's a resurgence, and we need to stand together. Eurasianism is not a dogma. We don't have any sects without any absolute truths. We need to be inspired by the spirit of Eurasianism in an open way, and work hand in hand and promote this political philosophy, because that's what would shape Russia's future. We need the Russian idea. We need the Russian ideologization. It could be Eurasianist or it will fail, because any other version, any other alternative doesn't hold water, even at the level of its basic tenets. Thank you so much for the award that was given to Dalia.
Eschatological optimism. This was a book that was published actually after the death of my daughter, the tragic death of my daughter, and I believe that this is an input to Eurasian philosophy, and thank you very much for your delicate attention to Daria, my daughter, and I believe that this is a noble gesture towards my family, and all the friends of Daria appreciate this. We appreciate this as a family, of course, me, myself, my wife, and we had a family and still have a family of Eurasian thought, Eurasian philosophers, and Daria is with us in our hearts. Thank you very much for inviting me. All the best to you. Thank you very much, Alexander Dugin. Thank you very much for your warm words about the philosophical department of the Moscow State University, and I believe that position of Alexander Dugin may be close to some presentations. I would say the presentation of Zhu Chunmin, because she was talking about Slavophiles and their ideas as something close to Eurasianism. Well, I believe that it's absolutely right that Eurasians are a follow-up to Leontiev, but Leontiev was actually, as Trubetskoy said, disappointed with Eurasianism by the end of his life, but well, still, and I would like to give the floor to candidate of philosophy, associate professor and acting head of the Department of History and Philosophy, Institute of Philosophy, St. Petersburg State University, Alexander Lvov. The presentation is Pushkin as a philosopher, or the open project of the Russian idea. Thank you very much, Alexei. Dear organizers, dear friends, I am very happy to be part of this representative Congress. This is the first Russian Congress of Philosophy. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Before starting my presentation, I wanted to say at my final test on Russian philosophy at university, well, I was actually asked to kindly leave the exam because my response on Eurasianism turned out to be, as they claimed, unsatisfactory. So I have been thinking about my mistakes, if there were any, and I believe that the moderator was absolutely right when he said that what we are hearing here is very close to the positions that we heard about in the presentations, and well, in our philosophy, in the Russian philosophy, we may find many works with the critique of Eurasianism, and well, we can find Dostoevsky, Berdyaev, and then Zinoviev, Solzhenitsyn, or Yuri Mamleev, if we take more contemporary writers. But if you take the principles on which the Russian idea is based, well, something obvious turns up, and well, we understand that any conversation is not final yet. Can we find some source where there would be some good proof for the Russian idea? Can we hope that somebody will take up the effort to apply all theoretical capacities to formulate this in a very structured way? I believe that well, our philosophy is not capable for the time being of proclaiming what we are. Well, if we don't do this, we may come to the conclusion that to formulate the Russian idea is something impossible. I have a couple of theses. Well, the mission of philosophy is to explain the definitions of the words that we're using. Vladimir Mezhuev was writing about the Russian idea and the Russian interest, the national interest, and he said that the national interest is actually pointed outside the country. And the national interest is about domestic concepts. What do we mean when we talk about the national idea? And we can speak about the religious perspective here. And he said that even ancient Greeks and Egyptians had something like the national idea, and they had the mythology, and collectively those peoples were trying to understand their place in the universe. This was about the creative universality, which was leading to the victory of universalism, and the tragic rupture between the ideas of the people and the ideas of the intelligentsia is proof to two concepts. Well, first of all, this is seeking the synthesis and then an understanding of a catastrophe or a disaster. When we lose the understanding of the environment, and Nikolai Berdyaev is saying that this is a problem of theurgy, a problem of creativity. This is a problem of looking for a new understanding and a new beginning of our world that is going through a disaster. But maybe we should not look for a new idea, but use something that we had already. So how do we understand this? Are we talking about the ritual practices? Are we talking about religious rites, or about something that is so intimate that we cannot even pronounce it? And again, we can use the help of Berdyaev, because he was talking about the philosophy of freedom. For him, the understanding of religion was about the philosophy of free people, not slaves. Which means that the religious approach gives us an understanding not only of freedom per se, but about the concept of what is making us freedom. The Latin verb relegare is the core of the word at the root of the word religion. And of course, we can say that something has a religious idea, because everything in nature is in harmony, is developing stage by stage, and the world of a believer is related to what God is doing. But if we get away from very specific approaches like this, we can talk about the vision of the world. The vision of the world means what a person sees when looking around him or herself. And in the 19th century, researchers were talking about the linguistic approaches. Von Humboldt, for example, was talking about the Weltansicht, which was about a linguistic approach. On the one hand, this characterizes a man from the point of view of language, and on the other hand, what the man produces. And using the language and its carriers, humans are developing and shaping the environment around them. So, talking about Russian culture, the Russian literature was very important in shaping the philosophy, and I believe that Gumilev was talking about the memory, and Hegel, and Tolstoy was paraphrasing the myth of Plato about a cave, and Lermontov was writing in one of his poems, "I'm going out into the open road, and I will be following this road," and so on. So I believe that these are the lessons that we could teach ourselves from enlightenment and freedom. And this is the third thesis, getting back to Pushkin, the Russian poet, whom we think is a key poet of Russian thought. Well, it's not about talking about claiming that Pushkin was part of a certain group of thinkers. No, we're talking about his creativity, about his thought, about his poems, through which Russians, people of the Russian culture, would understand themselves. Pushkin is a classic, but it's not about children studying him in a bored environment, but about the modernity that he was introducing. And Lifshitz talked about this. Well, he said that Pushkin and Goethe were to be understood that poetry was natural, not subjective, because in modernity they talk about creativity as being something artificial. Kimbalinsky, for example, or Nabokov are talking about Pushkin here, about his sadness and his poetry and so on. But Pushkin was a very original and free thinker, and he gave us the new Russian world. Well, he was showing the Russian environment, the Russian space through the Russian language, and well, he showed us how to serve God. And well, he claimed that the death is part of the philosophical approach because it is related to movement. And well, Gumilev was claiming that the national idea is a project or a way to understand what the Russians are in the eyes of foreigners, and the key word is the idea. So this is the will of being, and Vyacheslav Ivanov was talking about this. But who is the subject of this will? Gogol thought that Pushkin is a Russian in the process of development, and this shows that there was an intellectual character of developing this idea, and well, we see that these ideas were developing the language, and we're used to saying that Pushkin is our national poet, but from the point of view of phenomenology, well, he is a representative of the Russian spirit. Let us not forget that his creativity is an outcome of enlightenment from the establishment of St. Petersburg till 1825, and the revolt that happened in St. Petersburg. And well, we can compare Pushkin with Pythagoras, and well, Pythagoras is called Pithi in short, and well, Pushkin is comparable because he has taught us how to learn to harmony, and well, these heresies come from Pythagoras, and people who see the world as a whole should be whole as a being themselves. And I believe that Pushkin actually concludes the outcomes of the Enlightenment period and summing up the world culture. And the responsiveness of Pushkin shows that the Russian universe is very susceptible to foreign cultures, which means that the Russian idea is being opened in an axiological key, and the Russian idea may be seen as an open project, and the Russian idea is about saving humankind, and you can achieve this stage of savior when you start thinking about this. Well, let's make conclusions. The national idea, which is questioned, is about the act of self-determination, but freedom is not arbitrary rule, but rather coming back to the historic experience of the nation on this example. And Pushkin is a classical poet, and he shows us where to go by his creativity. Creativity for what? For thinking, and well, it is natural to know classics, and well, being saved is not being saved from death alone. No, it's just well, coming back to the movement, to dynamics and so on. And as we have this classical heritage, classical inheritance, we are talking about Pushkin as the beginning of a certain tradition. And well, Russians may be modest in terms of not propagating their ideas, but well, when we talk about the classics, well, classics are very much related to the culture, to the nature, and so on. And sometimes we think about the metaphysical simplicity of the future in this sense. And I believe that we should think about this more. We should look into this deeper so that we get back to natural words, not the artificial words that we are using now today. Well, Fichte said that we started philosophizing out of pride, but we think that we now should understand that the act of thinking is aimed at saving our souls. Well, this is about, Fichte wrote about this because he was writing a lot about Russia. There are things that we love, he said, in his poetry, that, we love freedom, we love our motherland, and on this depends the source of our spiritual approach, and let's get back to nature, or maybe let's go ahead towards Pushkin. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Alexander, because you have raised this topic of a model that may be followed, and in any national culture, this model approach using a model is very important. For example, how the special military operation and Pushkin may be related to each other. I'm talking about the conflict in Ukraine. Well, and our opponents in Odessa and other Ukrainian cities want to pull down not only the monuments to Lenin, but to Russian poets, our national poets like Pushkin and others. And, we want people to protect and preserve their right to read Pushkin, to think the Russian way, because people in Novorossiya, in East Ukraine, people living in the territories that have been returned to Russia, these are Russian people who have been brought up on the works of Pushkin, and to deprive them of Pushkin's books, means to colonize them, to deprive them of national identity. And I believe that the topic that you are referring to is a very important one. The next report is by the candidate of philology, head of the Department of Political and Business Journalism of the Academy of Government Service, Vice President of the Center of Russian Philosophy, History and Culture, named after Nikolai Berdyaev, to Andrei Novikov-Lanskoy. The topic is Nikolai Berdyaev's Russian idea and the problem of binarity. Thank you very much, Alexander. Well, after Pushkin, you can listen only to Lanskoy. I'm joking, of course. But I will be speaking English because, my presentation is addressed at our foreign guests more than at our Russian guests.
First of all, let me thank the Congress organizers for including a panel on Nikolai Berdyaev in the Congress program, and that's very kind. I'd also like to take this opportunity to announce the Berdyaev Festival, organized by the House of Lossev in Moscow, which will take place throughout March at various venues. There will be concerts, recitals, lectures, documentary films. One such film devoted to Berdyaev I'm now completing, and some of the participants in this Congress have kindly taken part in it already. And now to the topic of the report. Well, obviously quite short because of the time limit. We're short of time again. Nikolai Berdyaev's book, The Russian Idea, written in 1946, is a final thesis book in which he summarizes the long experience of his reflections on Russia. The recurrent issue of these reflections is the idea of binarity or duality, ambivalence, antinomy, you can call it the way you may, of the Russian national character and Russian history and culture. For the first time, he wrote about it in detail back in 1918 in the book The Destiny of Russia. Let me remind you of these binarities. In addition to the obvious combination of the West and the East in Russia, Berdaev identifies such features of the Russian people as simultaneously ecstatic paganism and ascetic orthodoxy, cruelty and kindness, individualism and collectivism, nationalism and globalism, messianic religiosity and superficial outward piety, the search for God and godlessness, humility and rebellion, slavery and freedom, statehood and anarchism. Russia is like a shifter. It creates unpredictability when you don't know which side it'll turn to you. In the wake of these ideas of Berdaev, we can add such important binary oppositions as center and periphery, when Russians feel themselves the proud center of the mankind and the pitiful, remote province of the West. And also the space and time opposition. On the one hand, Russia is obviously a country of space. The Russian people know how to work with space, to sacralize it, feel its unevenness, move its borders skillfully, which we can see rather well. Well, just look at the globe. On the other hand, Russians are able to work with time when necessary. In critical situations, they can make a colossal acceleration, quickly undergo deep transformations, generate avant-garde currents, and make breakthroughs in science and technology, ahead of the normal course of time of the rest of humanity. Berdaev also writes about social cleavages as a manifestation of binarity in Russian history. The first two splits are connected with the church, the division between the Josephites and the non-possessors in the 15th century, then the Great Schism in the middle of the 17th century, then the reforms of Emperor Peter the Great in the early 18th century created a split between pro-Western forces and the conservative pro-Russian part of society, which already in the 19th century led to the division of the educated class into Westerners and Slavophiles. The tragic civil war of the beginning of the 20th century can be considered a projection of these binarities. To the oppositions considered by Berdaev, one can add commonly accepted opposition between state and society in Russia, as well as a division into the Russian of the metropolis and the Russia of the diaspora, which is topical in the 20th and the 21st centuries. As is well known, the Moscow Semiotic School made a significant contribution to the study of the very structure of binary oppositions. In particular, Berdaev's ideas about the duality of Russian culture were developed in the works of Professor Yuri Lotman, who wrote about a rigid division of the high and the low in the Russian culture, of a binary orthodox picture of the world with heaven and hell, just two spheres. Unlike Catholics, who have the third middle element, purgatory. The works of Professor Boris Uspensky developed the idea of diglossia, the coexistence in the medieval Russian culture of two related languages, everyday Old Russian and sacred Church Slavonic. So basically, the old Russian people spoke two languages at the same time, with two different functions. It's hard to argue with all the above, but a reasonable question arises. Are Russians in their binarity so unique? Is it not a dialectical property of culture and human mind as such, and perhaps of the entire universe? Let us recall at least the Eastern yin-yang. If we consider different nations, in Germans, we can see simultaneously belligerence and sentimentality. In Americans, pragmatism and romantic spirit. The French and the Italians have a lot of both masculine and feminine. That's why they're so good at fashion, I suppose. In general, Western Europeans are bearers of Christian and pagan traditions, let alone the bloody legacy of the clash between Catholics and Protestants. Muslim peoples can be characterized by fatalism and proactivity. India is known for its meditative immersion in the inner world and sparkling brightness. Japanese and English equally combine preservation of traditions and aspiration to innovations. The list is endless. Binarity occurs to be a defining characteristic of many peoples, perhaps all of them. Of course, Nikolai Bedaev's reflections are not in vain. The fact that binarity is not only a Russian property doesn't cancel the importance of defining Russian unique binarity, especially because it's in the Russian civilization that it is so diverse and manifests itself at so different levels. In most other nations, opposite qualities easily get along, don't conflict or cause discomfort. They don't oppose, but balance, complement each other. In Russia, it is not so, in my humble view. Duality causes a tense interaction, which gives a powerful, energetic outburst. Culture explodes, as if annihilating itself. But this also serves as a way of its rebirth. And in the new reborn state, the same principle of binarity is reproduced again. This endless rebirth through self-destruction has both strong and painful aspects. I believe that the management of binarities should become one of the subjects of careful study by Russian thinkers. And the legacy of Nikolai Bedaev provides vast theoretical and empirical material here. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Andrei. I believe that this is a very serious iteration that allows us to understand different kinds of binarity. Well, they say that Bedaev was agnostic because sometimes he even went as far as Manichaeism in terms of binarity. But there are other types of binarity. Well, binarity per se is not the strongest type of duality, and but this is not just philosophy or culture. Well, is Manichaeism preferable or binarity? Next comes candidate of PhD of philosophy, Lomonos of Moscow State University, Boris Mezhuev. He will tell us about the Russian idea as the Russian pseudomorphosis, quoting Spengler, Berdiaev, and Tsimbursky. Dear colleagues, good morning, afternoon. While thinking about my presentation, I decided that I will start with what Vasily was talking about. He said that the Russian idea has three classical approaches. Well, many people were writing about the Russian idea, while Russian nationalists were talking about this Karsavin, a Eurasian, Vyacheslav Ivanov, other people, and so on. But talking about classical interpretation of the Russian idea, we will see three works by Dostoevsky, Solovyov, and Nikolai Berdiaev. I wanted to ask a question. What brings them together? What is the single hub that brings them together? I believe that there is such a hub, and it is related to the fact that all of these three philosophers
were thinking that Russia is higher, the Russian culture is higher than any European civilization. So it's not only unique, but it's something more. And I believe that all three authors were finding an argument against Martin de Custine, because, well, this Frenchman wrote something about Russia in 1839. He said, the genius of the Russian people is about copycatting. And, well, if they think that they are unique, well, they may be unique because there is not a single nation that would copy other nations, and, well, Russians become Russians only when they copycat, and, well, this uniqueness is their genius of copycatting.
Well, this quote was later, well, actually he did it before Mr. Chadaev in his philosophical letters, and that was echoed by other thinkers. But it's not, it means that Russia doesn't have any autonomous traits, but actually, you know, Russian thinkers later on tried to assume that the Russian idea is far more than the uniqueness of the Russian nation. As for Solovyov and Dostoevsky, their answer is roughly the same, which is there are different European ideas, but the Russian idea is a synergy of all European ideas, is a combination of all of the crown jewels of European culture. Berdyev's position is more complex. I would like to focus on it. It's his ideas are the byproduct of a hermeneutical mistake. These mistakes usually have a heuristic character because the history of philosophy is a history of hermeneutical mistakes, and each of them contains a discovery. Well, Berdyaev relies on an interpretation of Spengler. He read him in 1919. He said that he was impressed by Spengler's work on Prussianism and Bolshevism. So he tries to discuss Russian culture, the Russian nation, and the pseudomorphosis of the Russian nation. I'd like to quote Mr. Berdyaev first. In his book about Dostoevsky, I wrote that Russians are apocalyptists and nihilists. It's a rebellion against antique culture. It means that, according to its metaphysical nature and its mission, the Russian people is all about the apocalypse, and the apocalypse has always been a kind of a mission or a message among Russian people. Well, you know, it's actually unlike Spengler. We don't really find the quote about the apocalypse in his works, and it's more about the Arab culture in broad meaning, because you know, the Jewish culture is part of it. So the Arab pseudomorphosis for Spengler is the characteristics of the Mediterranean culture when the antique kind of faded and the Roman Empire died away. So there are two pseudomorphoses. It's a geological term that's used to describe cultures which exist in a situation when another more powerful culture has an impact on it. It assimilates some of its features, but there's always a rebellion, a mutiny against it. So that's the rebellion of the Arab culture, the Jewish Arab culture, the Mediterranean culture against the antique forms that it assumes, but it feels that they're alien. It doesn't say that Russia's apocalypse represents apocalypse. They just say that the Russia rebels against the West, just like the Arab culture rebels against antiques. So, lack of Russian forms is a rebellion against the forms of Europe. Berdyaev wanted to rethink this. He thought there's a unique eschatological meaning in it, in Spengler's words. Russia is vulnerable in terms of creating its own culture, but it can offset that because it belongs to something more. The entire message by Berdyaev and also in the origins of the Russian communism says that the Russians cannot be satisfied by the culture as an isolated form of something. It's unacceptable to think that culture can be enjoyed by the chosen few, by the elite. That's why the Russians want to connect culture with the idea of social utopia, and they even try to implement it. So that's a reinterpretation of Spengler. Another reinterpretation of Spengler was produced by Mr. Tsymbursky. We discussed it with him. Unlike Berdyaev and other theoreticians of the Russian idea, Tsymbursky thought that the idea that the Russians are kind of beyond culture is mutilated, is a distorted idea. And he thought that this is a metamorphosis of the 3 centuries of our imperialistic history. Well, he thought that the Russian Empire was kind of close to Europe, unlike what Mr. Dugin thinks. The idea was not to get away from Europe, it was to remove some intermediate territories like Ukraine that divide Russia and Europe. So they wanted to Alexei the Quiet, the monarch, they wanted to take Crimea and Ukraine and Novorossiya. The idea was to remove something that divides us or that stands between Europe and Russia. So this is pseudomorphosis, this complex coexistence with European culture when Russian philosophy lives under the influence of the Western influence, and we all grow out of European culture. And the same applies to Russian literature. It copies Western canons and Russian poetry. All of our cultural movements and schools have this pseudomorphosis character. We take their forms, we fall in love with them, we try to relive them, we rethink them, we try to rebel against them by adding our own meaning into it. Sometimes we are really successful, like Russian novels, that's a great form. Russian philosophy, yes, as well. Sometimes it's not really a good one. For example, Russian sci-fi. It's a pseudomorphosis that didn't blossom, didn't turn into a real flower. Then there's a big question. In terms of, from Tsymbursky point of view, the end of the empire phase, 1991, we were forced, well, actually we chose the non-empire path, existing separately from Europe, in isolation from the European project, that started to develop at the same time, will lead to moving away from this pseudomorphosis. So our pseudomorphosis will disappear, and we'll have this autonomous Russian culture which he dreamed of. As I see it, and I agree with Berdyaev, I think that Berdyaev was more right with this. Our pseudomorphosis state or pseudomorphosis culture doesn't depend on our geopolitical history. It's our deep fundamental idea and status, which might have an eschatological status, which is all about a mentality. We need to fall in love with the other, with someone else, to adopt it, to assimilate it, by adding our own content, often religious content, those borrowed forms. So the tragedy of Russian philosophy is not that we take the Western ideas. The tragedy of the Russian philosophy is that we take them either to reproduce them without any reinterpretation or just to reject them. So we cannot really fall in love with them to change their essence, change the meaning. That's our mission going forward. And finally, throughout our lifetime, we tried to mimic this. They took those forms and added their own meaning. That was this bright phenomenon of our sci-fi. And Russian conservatism of today has grown out of it. If you take Russian conservatives, many of them are the authors of sci-fi novels, like Mr. Krylov and some are critics, or those who love these works. So one of these pseudomorphoses was Russian political science, and Mr. Tsimbursky was a part of it. He was someone who tried to produce materials and which looked like Western style messages, but he tried to discern some other ideas like the future of Russian culture, Russian future, and his idea of pseudomorphosis had a limited character, but the deep meaning of his message is still relevant today. Thank you. Thank you, Boris. Thank you, Mr. Mazhuev. Thank you for mentioning these three names, and Mr. Tsimbursky is less known to our foreign colleagues. Tsimbursky. But they are united by that. They share this civilization approach. And there's always the big question: is there any unique identity in core in civilization, or is it a synthesis of the impacts of different civilizations? And that's something we need to give an answer to, but it's not simple. Danilevsky gives a different answer to this. And we now move to the final report. First of all, I would like to say that together with Ms. Zhukova, our next speaker, we are organizing a major conference on Berdiaev. It will be held at the Institute of Philosophy of the Russian Academy of Science on 16th to 18th of March. This is the timed to its anniversary. They'll have a tour around Moscow and a section of young researchers who will present their findings, their reports, and that will be the climax of the events around the anniversary of Mr. Berdiaev. And I'd like to give the floor to our final report for today. It's a postdoctorate degree in philosophy. He's the head of master's program at the High School of Economics, Olga Zhukova, on the meaning of the Russian idea, Nikolai Berdiaev's philosophical self-criticism and metaphysics of history. Thank you so much, colleagues. I'd like to welcome all the participants of the forum and all those who follow this live stream. My report is the final one, and I'd like to wrap it up by going back to the main idea of the Congress. I think it's an attempt to broaden the horizons of our understanding as different philosophical cultures come together, different traditions and different rationalities and reasons, as was brilliantly pointed out yesterday and earlier today. So this is the kind of a general discourse which contains multiple discourses. We presume from the idea that our perceptions are different, our worldview is different, and that applies to authentic, standalone, country-specific philosophical traditions that are charged with meanings and idiosyncrasies of their local cultures. And that applies to Mr. Berdyaev's works. It's so Russia-centric. Well, the big question is whether the philosophical ideas by Mr. Berdyaev could pave the way or become the foundation of our worldview, and how much, to what extent, his idea of the Russian, his understanding of the Russian idea can help us to explain ourselves, to explain who we are, and the Russians of the past, the Russians of the present, and the Russians of the future. Because it's only the eschatological perspective that we can perceive. So the philosophical reason of Berdyaev, metaphysics of an idealist, is the paradoxical for the 20th century, and particularly for the 21st century. On the one hand, we can ask as many questions as we want about the truth, but on the other hand, we have the defense of Christian values. But the language used by Berdyaev is so thick with metaphors and ideas and images, philosophemes with unstable content, and Russian idea is part of this. So the Russian idea is the thought of Berdyaev about Russia, developed over time, dramatic, and which is a kind of an open meta-text, open-ended meta-text. The Russian idea is definitely the culmination of his literary works and in his concept. And there are a few ways of how this Russian idea can exist. On the one hand, it's a major philosophical narrative about Russian cultural, spiritual, historical history. So it's a kind of meta-narrative. It's a history of ideas, ideas of ideas, and it reminds us an intellectual history of Russia, the Russian ideas and intellectual history of Russia. And we need to read the full title of this book because it wants to review the key issues of the Russian thought. On the other hand, it's the philosophical critique of domestic history that's done through the lens of the Russian Revolution, its reasons, and the critique of the actions of the main actor, the Russian intellectuals and the intelligentsia. This is philosophical self-critique. This is a reflection on the Russian culture. And finally, the third modus vivendi of the Russian idea is its metaphysical content, metaphysical project, which Berdyaev can break down into three three-pronged or three-part formula. That's the mission or vocation of Russia, that mission, and the design of the creator, the demiurge of Russia. Well, Berdyaev doesn't want Russia to be messianic because he believed that messianism failed, and it was evident in the Russian Bolshevism. There was one important report by Berdyaev in January 1945. That was a lecture on the new mission by Russia, for Russia. Berlin was not captured, had not been captured, the Nuremberg trials had not been done, but Berdyaev already portrayed a new future. What will Russia add to the world? And a new outfit, Russian belief, peace and the friendship of nations and the brotherhood of nations. So Berdyaev offers his epistemological virtues. So it's belief, hope and love. So should it be the embodiment of the Russian myth, the messianic myth, or some imperialistic consciousness, something that is criticized today? The answer is definitely negative. For Berdyaev, Russia is not a mythological reality, it's not a reality of a myth. It's a specific historical figure that lives its own destiny. It's a communal or community-based figure. And again, in the metaphysical, eschatological perspective, he says that Russia can be made part of the Jerusalem's city or land on the heavens. Even in these mystic, intuitive ideas, he's pretty sober. He's kind of a spiritual realist, and there is some practical grain to it, practical seed to it. It has spiritual forms of because history is an open-ended process for Berdyaev that's driven by the energy of creativity of different actors, agents, people, individuals, state. It's not a finished process, and it can take specific forms of nation building. So Berdyaev goes back to his initial idea about the Russian Revolution. He continues to believe that the idea of the people, the design of the creator, still remains, even if that nation fell low and betrayed its mission, betrayed its dignity. Well, it's about something that harks back to Tютчев's belief in Russia. There's so much about a review of philosophical works. As I see, Berdyaev's position is about universalizing Russian spiritual development through the metaphysical category of meaning. And he's one of the most sober philosophers in Europe that provides some reflection, analysis on a shared human destiny. This historiographic dictionary of Mr. Berdyaev reflects the connection, deep-rooted connection between its key concepts: freedom, creativity, and spirit. And it culminates in the formula. There's going to be a divine human spirituality, like a new subornus, the new spiritual communal essence or The philosophy by Mr. Berdyaev is more like a divine language. It's really difficult to translate this into some discourse, into some modern philosophy. It's more like prophecy. But this message is extremely relevant today, and it's about Christian universalism, which means that Russian culture is no longer isolated. It's no longer kind of waterproof from other cultures. And he proclaims a new logic, a new rationale of unity. We need to be looking for this, the logic for the symphonies of culture. So Berdyaev's project is the symphonization of cultures, and Christian worldview, Christian practices come at the forefront. And in this symphony, we also need the polyphonic development. So these voices need to remain idiosyncratic. These philosophical voices need to remain diverse, and they just come together and align into a new dramatological unity. Well, I think it's a very nice project aesthetically, and it's just a beautiful project. And there is the eschatological idea of history, which is traditional for the Russian philosophy. It's the metaphysics of history. It's about the meaning of history. And again, we can see the reinterpretation of the Russian Revolution, of the interruptedness of Russian history, and there's always hope that Russia could go back to the big historical time when it's open to dialogue, when it has these dialogical seed. Well, I guess that's it. Thank you so much. I try to be brief. Well, we had a very major debate on the Russian idea. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for sticking to the time limit. I'd like to thank all of those who were here at the panel today. I think we've raised a very important topic. It could be a specific, for our Congress. We usually discuss the global agenda, while the Russian idea seems to pertain more to our own civilization choice, our place in the world. But it so happens that the future of Russia, the destiny of Russia, in a certain way, important for the paramount for the world, and the Catholic Church can recognize this. I mean, let's skip the history of the 20th century to avoid any misconceptions. Well, Mr. Berdyaev fits so well into the European context. It was such a refined, sophisticated time. His peers were Gabriel Marcel, Emmanuel Mounier, Jacques Maritain, and he was in contact with them. He played a major role in the Russian-French dialogue. He was part of he published works in Germany. And these names in modern philosophy, in European philosophy, seem to be overlooked, seem to be forgotten somewhere on the sidelines. And as we go back to Berdyaev, we go back to a layer of European culture, which is a kind of traditional Christian Catholic Europe. So this is why Berdyaev is so relevant, and his new middle age was portrayed one of the most stark verdicts to what happened in Europe with the rise of Italian fascism and German Nazism. So I'm sure we'll go back to revisit Berdyaev over and over. Thank you so much, and I hope that the next panel will be as exciting. Thank you. Colleagues, thank you. I'd like to thank the moderator and the panelists for their insights. And now we've got a coffee break.
Потом не менее
And
интересно.
we'll then have a second panel on the global agenda. We'll discuss our traditional values
Мы их понимаем.
as we see them,
Неолиберальная этика. Вот
neoliberal ethics
сейчас всех нас
and the conflict that is happening around us. And once again,
здесь у нас в коридоре продается
you can buy the translation, Russian translation of the book by Halkiridze,
господин Риц.
Endspiel of Europe, and Mr. Ritz is here,
И у нас у всех есть возможность получить.
and we can get this book signed if we buy it. So I urge you to buy it and get it signed by Mr. Halkiridze.
И у нас еще потом
And we'll also have a book launch, so we'll give him the floor to discuss this book. And now we've got a coffee break.
Традиционные ценности versus неолиберальная этика. Модератором этой панели является Костикова Анна Анатольевна, заведующая кафедрой философии языка и коммуникаций философского факультета Московского государственного университета имени Михаила Ломоносова. Прошу любить и жаловать.
Спасибо большое, дорогие друзья, участники Конгресса и зрители нашей
Dear friends, dear participants in the Congress, and dear viewers of our online feed. Well, this is our concluding session, and the question is who will survive after postmodernity, and there are several concepts and several definitions that we have been discussing among our colleagues, philosophers in this country and in other countries. And of course, we have to say that from the very beginning, the idea, the concept of post-modernity that actually appeared not in the 20th but in the 19th century, 150 years ago, means that we are breaking traditions, that we are overcoming the forms that we're used to and styles, and of course, well, we are talking about fine arts first of all, but then we can discuss historic processes that are being changed, that are changing, and so on. And well, this terminology is rather complex, and well, this term has some assessment features. It was to be used for assessments, for appraisals, and so on, and only by the end of the 20th century did we start using it in a philosophical context. But I wanted to repeat myself. I wanted to say that it was being introduced by those working in culture, literature, fine arts, painting, architecture, and well, I believe that thanks to Jenks, we're talking about the architecture of postmodernity. But up to this day, we're trying to define things to understand what is changing and how these changes are different or not. And well, when we are talking about terminology, of course, we will say that something appears from the very beginning in our understanding of this period, and I believe that 150 years ago we had a similar thing, but we are talking about characterizing the approaches from the point of view of values. I'm talking about geopolitical issues, about other types of issues, and well, I'm very happy that talking about the Russian idea in the morning session, we heard from Dugin speaking about the blossoming complexity, about variety in unity, and so on. So, Ilya Dokuchayev gets the floor, PhD, head of the Department of Ontology and Theory of Cognition, St. Petersburg State University, and he is a professor of the Russian Academy of Education. He will be talking about the foundations of the Russian civilization, Russia, West, East, and the third globalization. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for what they have wonderfully done and for inviting me, and my presentation actually consists of 6 ideas, and I was preparing my presentation so as to try to provide an answer to the question that we have in our plenary session: who will survive? I believe that the question of survivability or survival is the key question, because humanity is coming across crises and is facing problems that we have never faced in our history, maybe, and I believe that the problem of survival is very important. And I believe that as a result of this crisis, not everybody and not all will remain intact. So, talking about conditions for this survival, maybe one of our greatest missions for today. One more thing that I wanted to point out, if I may. Survival is not only a biological, but a social and historic process. And, well, humans, social organizations have always been competing for resources while surviving. They try to dominate. They try to bring more allies to their sides and to establish some kinds of associations or cooperative organizations, and this is what history was about these processes. And he who dominated in these processes always had more resources for its own development, and would provide better conditions for the lives of the compatriots, citizens of this or that state, and so on. And Russia has been participating in this process very actively since Christianity was adopted in ancient Rus and up to this day. When I look at the history of mankind, I personally see something that I would call permanent globalization. Well, we heard the term blossoming complexity, but I wanted to point out that humanity was not striving at blossoming complexity, but at globalization, because everybody wants to be a leader, everybody wants to dominate. Countries, individual regions, individual civilizations wanted to dominate and still want. And in the history of humanity, I found three main phases, where the first one may be called the political one, and it was about establishing first political empires starting from the 7th and 8th centuries after Christ. Well, the Assyrian Empire was the first one, I think. Then Persian Hellenistic Greece under Alexander the Great, then Rome. And the main resource of this domination was exclusively military. And on the territories of these empires, it turned out to be impossible to establish unity, because, well, some of the factors didn't play the main role there. But at the second stage of globalization, when religious values were introduced, supranational values were created, world religions, of course, and the resources to establish these supranational structures, well, were important, but I believe that, well, economic resources took the lead, but ontological resources were important too. So if we take Italy and the north of Europe, we remember that Renaissance started. This is the third phase of globalization that is related to the scientific and technological resource and the capitalist way of production that produced not only a regional version of globalization, but worldwide global unity, where we live now. We have to admit, and we are not too different from each other in different regions of the world. We dress the same, more or less. We have the same shoes, same footwear, we use the same technologies to cook. Our equipment, our technology is more or less the same, and well, this points out globalization. So the question is, what is the role of value identification from the point of view of values in this environment? And do values still play a role, any role? Well, I believe yes, they do, 100%, because values reflect the subjective nature of humans and, well, the collective individual. Values make it possible to consolidate people, to make people understand each other, to communicate. And technologies are the force that stabilizes this process. But let us not understand values as something archaic, as something obsolete, way past in the future, way past in the past. And when we are talking about traditional values, we make very many mistakes, and I wanted to tell you about these mistakes. Well, first of all, this is the abstractionism or constructivism in terms of values, because instead of values, instead of ideals that society wants to achieve, we see a construction that hardly has any content. And the abstract character of such a construction makes these values not very attractive. So they become a scarecrow and not some point for which you want to strive. And when people talk about traditional values, well, many people believe that these are permanent values and they are eternal. No, nothing is eternal under this moon, as we say. I believe that, well, values come and go, and we should look at these values as a historic process which can go up, which can go down, and then people make idols out of values. It's about completely ignoring other considerable factors that the culture and society are based on, apart from values. What I mean is technologies, education, science, as well as organizational tools that make it possible to make all these cultural factors efficient. And in this relation, I wanted to talk about values in Russia. What are they? And to give you my vision of this idea that we call the Russian idea, the idea of traditional Russian values and so on. Russia is a very interesting culture for axiologists, because analyzing the Russian culture, we see that every time, at every period, well, this culture was being recreated as a political project, and there always was a strong individual as a leader that could persuade people to follow. Well, I see 4 such periods in Russian axiology, and there are 4 main personalities. Well, this is the Prince of Kiev, Vladimir, the Saint Vladimir, who actually brought Christianity to Russia, and the value of saving the soul of a man. Then Ivan the Terrible, who came when Russia was based on several principalities, and he brought the country together. A civilized, centralized, regular, I would say, country, that's what he introduced, and that is what came to Russia in the so-called Moscow period of its development. Then St. Petersburg, the St. Petersburg period, as I call it. This is, or was, Peter the Great, who was trying to make Russia part of this globalization, though it was not called so at that time, of a civilizational type. He wanted Russia to become a very important factor of modernization. He wanted to give Russia a creative impulse. And then the Soviet project that started in 1917, it was a project aimed at creating a society of social justice when people were supposed to limit their strivings in the name of the societal outcome. And I believe that it has not been used 100%. It has not used all its capacity yet. On the other hand, we should say what we see in the contemporary situation. Well, of course, modernization of the 20th century that created mass consumption society could not but affect the Russian society. And well, today people in Russia visit supermarkets more often than they visit churches. So cars, a summer house, dacha in Russian, some other consumer values, of course they are important. We should not ignore them altogether. This is a reality that we have to live with. And we, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, have been left in a situation when we depended to a great extent on the Western culture, Western and European culture. What is the West today? First, well, recently we have been demonizing the West, and I believe that this demonization of the West is irrational. The West is diverse. When we say West, what do we mean? Let's specify. Are we talking about the Western European Middle Ages, or about Renaissance, or about Enlightenment as different periods? What region are we referring to? This is very important too. If you take Switzerland, in one of the cantons, in one of the provinces, only in the 70s they introduced universal suffrage for women. And I believe that Europe is very, very diversified. It's not the same everywhere. So there are questions where we have to do a lot of research, and Max Weber was talking about this. What did he refer to? Is what is happening to Europe today a result of the European value system? Or maybe it's the other way around. Modernization, scientific and technical progress, the development of the capitalist mode economy managed to formulate a set of values that we now label as Western values. And if the answer is yes, then frankly this is a problem, a real problem, because in that case we will have to recognize that any civilization that has been rationalizing its culture, making it more rational, and going along the path of technical and scientific development will come across the wall of these problems. And well, I believe that demonizing the West, we're trying to shift the burden of problems, our problems, to the shoulders of others. And this is very dangerous, believe me. I believe that we should look into the causes of the situation that we have in Russia, not only in terms of the deconstructive attitude of West towards Russia. Of course, this played a role. But the main question is, why has it been possible for the West to influence Russia in such a destructive way? And three, well, demonization of the West leads us to isolationism. From very important, necessary cooperation with the West at least technologically and organizationally, because, well, the West still remains a very important player in the historic progress in the world, and let us not ignore this. And I wanted to say something related to our reorientation to the East. The East is diversified, as diversified as the West. And I believe that this terminology needs to be specified. Whatever we may think about this specification, we should understand that the East is in the same state of competition with the West as us, Russia. And in the process of this competition, it becomes not only a competitor to the West, but a competitor to Russia. We should not allow this transformation towards building idols in the East instead of having an idol in the West like we did. I believe that we should underscore our own sovereign path of development, and West and the East should be looked at as allies or competitors. Today, the East does not provide us the technological or resource base as the West does. And the East is a source of material resources for the West, as space, as a territory where the West can establish hazardous production sites and so on. And it is being exploited by the West. And I believe that in this sense, the East should and may become our ally in our fight against colonization. Coming to conclusions. Well, by the way, we can respond to the question that we have in the name of the panel. Who will survive? What are the prospects? If you ask me, I believe that neither neoliberal nor traditional values will survive in this competition. I believe that there should be a new values paradigm, a paradigm of values, and it should be principally new that would be up to the challenges of our epoch. And, well, I believe that we should deal with this unbridled strive for consumption. Well, technology is still a resource for leadership, for domination, for the fight for one's sovereignty on the one hand, and on the other hand to resolve the global scale problems that we're faced with. For example, the threat of uncontrolled technology, achievements, world wars or regional wars, pandemics, overpopulation, undermining the environment and whatnot. So, the one that will have relevant technologies to resolve these problems will survive. Second, those who will offer an axiological model that would be attractive for most of the regions of the world will survive. Who will become leaders that others will be willing to follow will survive. I believe that these are the keys to our survival, the survival of humankind. And of course, as Nikolai Danilevsky said, well, your ethnographic material may help you survive, or you can use the reflexes of your own old traditions, but there should be leaders that would put forward ideas which would bring together entire humanity. And I believe that the socialist ideals are these kind of ideas. In the Soviet Union, we were trying to implement those ideas to no avail, actually, but I believe that this project still has a lot of promise. Thank you.
Thank you for this excellent report. We don't have a Q&A. We are limited in time. I just wanted to draw attention to the following. We definitely need to avoid mistakes, errors in judgment, and Definitely, we go back to the debate of the 20th century of what is rationality. And this Lyotard versus Habermas debate. Postmodernism became such an important term after this. These are global issues, and we need to look at the historical background and how these value-based decisions are made. We need to look at the history of philosophy, the culture, history of culture, and the history of religion. So it's very fitting to move on to the next report by Abbas Bali, our guest from Iran, who is Associate Professor of Philosophy and Islamic Theology, University of Mazandaran. He's got an excellent topic, the way to free man from the darkness of the contemporary world. So we have this full title, we have the presentation.
Please.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello everyone. It is my honor to be with you, philosophers, thinkers, and colleagues in Moscow today. Our Prophet in Islam said, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whoever does not thank people has not thanked Allah, his God. So I would like to thank the partners, all the partners and organizers of this important Congress. Especially, I thank Presidential Foundation for Cultural Initiatives. I'm Bakhshande, Abbas Bakhshande from Iran, University of Mazandaran. Yes. University of Mazandaran is one of the public universities in northern Iran, in Mazandaran province, in Babelsar city. Let me talk very briefly about philosophical activities in Iran, very briefly. There are various study courses in the field of philosophy in Iranian universities. The important of them is University of Tehran. University of Tehran. There are many scientific and research centers in the field of philosophy in Iran, such as the important of them, Iranian Institute of Philosophy. And there are many scientific journals in field of philosophy in Iran, and the important of them, Journal of Philosophical Investigation, indexed by Scopus. The editor of this journal informed me yesterday that they need articles about Immanuel Kant. Yes? Some of the most important contemporary Iranian philosophers. Do you know them? Okay?
Some of them were in Moscow during philosophical congress at the beginning of the 21st century.
Yes. Muhammad Hossein Tabatabai, the important of them, Muhammad Taqi Misbahi Yazdi, مرتضی مطهری، محمد تقی جعفری، غلامرضا ابراهیمی دینانی، غلامرضا اعوانی. Can you tell me his answer, his names, Professor? Excuse me. Can you tell me his names? Ashtiani. Ashtiani. Excuse me.
Only remind that you have only 15 minutes. So.
سید حسین نصر. سید حسین نصر. منوچهر صدوقی سوها. نصرالله حکمت. کریم مجتهدی. and Mustafa Malikian. Okay. Today I'm here to talk to you about the way to free man from the darkness of the contemporary world, emphasizing the philosophical foundation of Sohrawardi. Yes. What is your opinion, philosophical opinion, about the contemporary world? Are people, societies, and government moving towards the true goal? What is the way to identify and solve the problems of human life? Do philosophy and philosophers pay attention to the events of their society and the world? What solutions does Eurasian philosophy and philosophers have to solve humanity's problems? In the today's world, we have many significant achievements in many fields such as robotic, nanotechnology, information technology, nuclear energy, medicine, space, education and research, and etc. There are many crises in the world. Please look at the picture. Serious mental and behavioral injuries, the poverty of many people in the world, oppression, environmental crisis, alienation from the real self, distance from the creator of the world. On World Philosophy Day, I wrote a note titled, "The Role of Philosophy in People's Lives, Perfection or Confusion?" That was published widely in Iran. My main speech was about the silence of contemporary philosophers. Why are the philosophers of the world indifferent to the important events of the world, such as poverty, war, oppression, and etc.? Isn't it the time for world philosophers, especially Eurasian philosophers, to design a new order for the world? Isn't it the time for philosophers to return to their past and original sources? I believe that. I believe this Congress will be a very important beginning for the new order. Islamic philosophy has three important schools. The first period of philosophy in Islam began with Kendi. After him, thinkers such as Farabi and Avicenna founded the first Islamic philosophical school called Hikmatul Masha. The second school was founded by Sheikh Shahabuddin Sohrawardi and named Hikmatul Ishraq. The third and last school in Islamic philosophy was founded by Mullah Sadra. He was able to design a new approach in Islamic philosophy named Hikmatul Muta'aliyah. Sohrawardi was born in one of the villages of Zanjan, Iran. His philosophy had a great impact on the Middle East, such as India, Turkey, Syria, and especially Iran. Many Orientalists, such as Henry Corbin, paid attention to his work. His main goal was to draw a detailed plan to save humanity from the darkness. He believes that the word of creation is the word of love. On the one hand, God loves all his creation. On the other hand, his creation are moving towards him lovingly. I agree that some topics of Sohrawardi have similarities with other philosophers of the East and the West, but we must clearly and logically relate them to the today's world and its important events. Real darkness. Sohrawardi's meaning of the word darkness is not the blackness of the night. What he means by darkness is a certain way of life in this limited world. He believes that if the life of people and governments are only materialistic, they will be in darkness. Then they will experience sadness. Darkness related the sadness. Sohrawardi distinguished two terms from each other. First, balanced interest and dependence. Second, imbalanced interest and attachment. The result of my studies in Sohrawardi's work is he gives a serious warning to people about the word interest. If the individual and social interest of humanity and government is only in this world, they will enter a limited and dark world. He believes that people's problem and serious and crises are used and caused by forgetting the main part of man. That is the soul and its origin. He cleverly uses parables and stories in his philosophical discussions. For example, the kingdom has a big garden. He collected many beauties of the world in his garden. Many peacocks also lived happily in his big garden. That beautiful garden was the original and homeland of peacocks. Suddenly, the king ordered to put one of the peacocks in the dark cage. He also ordered to cover the cage with leather so that the peacock could not hear and see anything. Years passed, and the peacock completely forgot its origin. The heavy sadness covered the peacock, and it was no longer happy as before. The peacock thought the world was just a dark cage. Suddenly, the king ordered, Suddenly, the king ordered to release the peacock. When that peacock left the dark cage, he remembered the smell of flowers and the sound of birds and the beauty of the garden. The peacock was freed from darkness and sadness and found true happiness again. Sohrawardi believes that the life of many people and governments is like the life of that peacock. Sohrawardi does not want to reject philosophy and rationality, but his method is not limited to rationality and reasoning. He deeply believed that we should enter into mystical issues with reason. He believes that governments and their leaders play a very important role in humanity's entry into this darkness or light. Philosophers of the world, especially Eurasian philosophers, can define a new order for today's world by using original philosophical sources, such as Sohrawardi's philosophy, and save humanity from today's crisis. Suggestions: changing and update some teaching resources. The focus of some Eurasian philosophers to identify the problems of today's world and provide philosophical solutions. Introducing Eurasian philosophers and their works to today's world. Publication of monthly news magazine and scientific journals called Eurasian Philosophy. Continuation of these Eurasian philosophical meetings. Formation of the World Association of Eurasian Philosophy with permanent and variable members. The intervention of this World Association in important world relations and events. Issuing a philosophical statement on important events in the world. My last suggestion: if possible, issue a philosophical statement about the dangers that threaten the world now and in the future from the first Eurasian Philosophical Congress. Abstract of this article in Arabic and Persian for Iranian and Arab listeners, audience. أعزائي المشاهدين والمستمعين، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أقدم ملخصاً لخطابي الذي ألقيته في المؤتمر الفلسفي الأوراسي الأول من العاصمة روسيا موسكو. أوافق على أن عالم اليوم قد تقدم في مجالات متعددة مثل الطب والفضاء والنانو والروبوتات، ولكننا لم نتمكن من السيطرة على الأضرار والأزمات مثل الحرب والظلم والفقر وغيرها. والسؤال لفلاسفة العالم المعاصرين هو لماذا لا تفعل شيئا لإنقاذ البشرية وازدهارها باستخدام المصادر الأصلية للفلسفة؟ باعتباره فيلسوفا مسلما اعتبر الشيخ شهاب الدين السهروردي أن مصدر هذه الأزمات هو البعد والغرابة عن الجزء غير المادي في الإنسان وهو النفس. ولشرح هذه الخطة استخدم الأمثال والقصص الرمزية التي يمكن أن تكون نموذجا للعصر الحاضر. أطلب من فلاسفة الدول الأوراسية المحترمين إيجاد طريقة لإعادة علم الفلسفة إلى مكانته الأصلية من خلال الخروج من حالة السلبية والركود، بحيث يمكن حل العديد من المشاكل المهمة للبشرية في هذا العصر بهذا التغییر. خدمت بینندگان و شنوندگان عزیز فارسی زبان سلام عرض می‌کنم. خلاصه سخنرانی در اولین کنگره فلسفی اوراسیا از پایتخت روسیه خدمت شما عرض می‌کنم. قبول دارم که در جهان امروز در زمینه‌های مختلف مانند پزشکی، فضا، نانو، روباتیک پیشرفت‌هایی داشته‌ایم. ولی مطلب مهم این که نتوانستیم آسیب‌ها و بحران‌هایی مانند جنگ، ظلم، فقر و بسیاری دیگر را مهار کنیم. سؤال من از فیلسوفان معاصر جهان این است: چرا با استفاده از منابع اصیل فلسفه برای نجات بشر و شکوفایی آنها کاری نمی‌کنیم؟ به عنوان نمونه شیخ شهاب الدین سهروردی به عنوان یک فیلسوف مسلمان سرچشمه بحران‌های فردی و اجتماعی بشر را فاصله گرفتن و غریبی از بخش مهم و غیر مادی می‌داند.
We have no translation.
Yes.
So that's a great problem for the moment. For the next Congress will be ready.
Yes.
Maybe for a longer presentation in new another one language for the Congress. So I am so sorry. Thank you so much. Спасибо большое. Действительно было неожиданно.
Thank you. It was really surprising.
Включение на языке, который не был предусмотрен переводом.
So we didn't have the translation or interpretation from the Persian language, but I would really support all the ideas that were voiced by a professor as the proposals for the Congress. I think that was really clear.
We like very much your suggestion. It was in English and it was in Russian with translation. Поэтому, конечно, это прям буквально руководство к
This is just like, guidance for action to the organizers, and I can see Oleg Medvedev nodding. So this is just like the resolution for the Congress, and maybe we can translate it even into the Arabic language. So I very much hope that the Arab world who is listening to us
совершенно замечательный пример
gave us a wonderful example of the origins where we can look for the solutions to the issues. That was the philosopher of the 12th century, Mr. Suhravardi. Thank you so much for this great parable about the peacock. And we may move to another report. Alexander Sikatsky, Associate Professor of the Department of Social Philosophy and Philosophy of History, Institute of Philosophy at St. Petersburg State University. He will talk about the guilt complex as an existential problem in modern West.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Colleagues,
я хотел бы сказать несколько слов.
Just a few words on the guilt complex
Стоит перед нами сегодня.
And what we can see today.
Очень важная вещь, поскольку
This is an essential issue. It could be the decisive part of the consciousness of our Western civilization and the Faust civilization in general. And that could be the symbol of the crisis that the civilization is in. We can all recall the definition of resentment given by Nietzsche. So that includes all types of sensuality, indirect and sensuality, jealousy, resentment, guilt, adultery, lust. And that resentment of why, according to Nietzsche, men became this exciting new animal, domesticated animal. All of the other ideas became kind of vague and diluted, and that epoch of inclusivity and political correctness produced a secondary simplification of the agent who no longer has jealousy, envy, and we kind of got rid of our cellars of subconsciousness, both collective and individual. Contemporary psychoanalytical tradition of practice presumes just simple conversation. You know, people just need to vent their emotions and their grief and their bad emotions will subside, will die away. So we basically saw the annulment of history. We no longer have any dialogue with the dead. So almost all of the great authors are dead. And paradoxically, the ethic in the way Kant viewed it has been reformed. Kant said that the imperative, the categorical imperative had to involve some kind of some battle, but that heteronomics, that juxtaposition was removed, and we now have the light version of humans who no longer have any hurdles or barriers, and they have the list of inclusive preferences or the right opinions, and they can exercise this without overcoming anything in themselves. They don't need to overcome anything in themselves. However, there's one more dimension which was not eliminated, and this is the guilt. Guilt and the feeling of guilt just for the fact that you are here in the world is almost monomaniacal. Social engineering removed everything else, but it only exacerbated guilt. And you can see this in multiple aspects and forms. But first and foremost, you have this presumption of the fact that the other is right. It means that I'm always wrong and I'm guilty. It started with Levinas, or even earlier. We have always encountered that we say, oh yes, you're right, you need to be the first, someone else needs to be praised, while you swallow your own identity, you kind of keep it suppressed, you contain it, you don't show it off. So that's the presumption of the fact that the other is right, and this is the moral maxima or axiom of number one, a new categorical imperative of today. And this is the sincere part, the authentic part of the Western society, not the manipulators, not the Faust laboratory of social engineering. This is the innocent, sincere people who think that they are guilty and that their being is an attempt to vindicate themselves.
И в том числе обосновывая как раз-таки вот неустранимость правоты другого. Мы помним, например, с чего начиналась критика
we all begin when Levinas started his critique of Heidegger, and it was then supported by all of the all the proponents of postmodern modernity. Heidegger, talking about design, says that we are thrown into this world about care, but he doesn't have the other.
And instead of other, he introduces this environment of das Mann. This is something artificial where we have to participate in this system. And well, in this sense, it would seem that we should return the rights of the other, or, well, actually count on the other, but Heidegger is talking about Schuld. Well, this is the guilt, the original guilt, because, well, when we disturb the balance of life, well, entschuldigen in German and in Russian it's a different word, of course, and we believe that we are schuldig, we are guilty, and
за то, что просто мы есть, за те возможные задатки и способности, которые индивиде.
This is about the characteristics of an individual that are being displayed in this process. So this is the problem that we come across when we are humanists, when we are open, but we should actually squeeze out this guilt. Well, there's a different thing. Sartre, for example, is writing in one of his books about the view of the other. The other is a pair of eyes that may be following us. And Bakhtin, for example, a Russian philosopher, says that this is a figure that is actually passing us because we from within ourselves cannot give ourselves forgiveness, cannot pardon ourselves, and so on. Well, Lacan, in his turn, says that if there is an other, then this is the maximization of the Luft principle, principle of pleasure, because in every erotic dream there is the other present, because otherwise there will be no pleasure. And then let us remind ourselves of Nietzsche, because he was writing about the genealogy of moral, and he says that, well, that other is a sovereign of his own will, and he needs a good competitor, and the other one has his own project of being, and this other is a necessity for a man's self-determination, as is the fact that being is real. So we see a spectrum where the other is present, and now, well, only one monomaniacal line remains here, the guilt, being guilty. Being guilty because one is not ready for risk, to take up risks, to authorize the world, in the meaning that, well, people are not ready to come above the world, and so on. So these are existential problems, and of course, well, all these things may be responsible for many problems that we see today. And, well, we see capitalization on suffering. This is a unique thing. And here we believe that people who have suffered, their fathers, their forefathers, should be paid for having suffered. We should, well, repay them for this. And, well, we are left with this necessity to make a justification for this. And, of course, to forgive a loved one especially, is a very good thing for the man, but I believe that only God can forgive anybody, because, well, we humans have this hereticism of forgiving everything and all. So this undermines the being of self and negates such important things as some elements of the human project to which we are heirs. And the Greeks would call it agonality, competing for being the first. And Nietzsche was writing sarcastically, "Don't get me confused with somebody else." And I believe that thanks to all these things, well, humanity has achieved what it has achieved, including scientific achievements. And, well, if we have this inferiority complex related to guilt, and we are looking around to see to whom we have not said Entschuldigung, forgive me, yet, well, this means that we will be protecting people who are actually losers, who have not implemented their ideas, who don't have anything to strive for, and so on. So I'm talking about people who have not left their names in history, have not made an input, but now when we are talking about capitalization of suffering and the dialectics of justification, well, theoretically, these are the people, should be the people to whom we should say, please forgive me.
Это далеко не безобидная вещь.
And I believe that, well, this idea has consequences. It means that no matter who will be the winner, if it's Prince Vladimir, for example, or Isaac Newton, or some famous mathematician, Karl Gauss, for example, well, if they did not beg for forgiveness when they were alive, it means that, well, they are not worth of being heroes. So those who are supporting agonality, the Greek term, should be punished. And, well, there are people whose capitalization of suffering is happening today, and, well, people who have not achieved anything are turning into new heroes. And it's for, or in the name of their comfort, we're cleaning up the world. It would seem that this is a purely humanistic project, but to come to the last of this world, so that to make them the first, it would seem that it's a good thing. But the paradox is about the fact that an overkill with suffering is tantamount to no suffering. When Jesus Christ comes to this world, he and his disciple come into this world to bring other people to their level. When, according to Marx, intellectuals and the intelligentsia go to the last people in this world, the proletariat, they do this to give these poor people what the richer people have. In the dialectics of the sovereign and the slave, the sovereign should provide something for the slave to do something good, and the wife of the spouse of the sovereign should have the right to claim something maybe to which she doesn't have the right. So actually we are bringing down our ideals to the level of those who are lower than us, be it minorities or some other groups. This means that we are not prepared to take upon ourselves risks. And if Lao Tzu was right, well, he would say that you cannot stand too long on your toes. So this means that nobody is standing on their toes, nobody is striving for a pedestal to become heroes and so on. And we are acting as though we are actually in a leisurely pose as couch potatoes, which means that this reservoir of spirit is disappearing. And what we see is something like a simplification in thermodynamic terms, that the civilization actually is being degraded, as Spengler was referring to. So this complex of guilt can be applied to nature too, because in today's environmental neo-paganism, Greta Thunberg is the leader, we find that these people are not ready to take upon themselves the responsibility. The only thing that they recognize is the unbearable guilt of all the generations of people who have lived on this earth, and we have the last chance to save this world. And as Rilke said, that one day we will be turning metals into ore, not the other way around. So we will have to return all the oil that we have extracted from the earth back to the subsoil. It's the best place for oil there. So, actually, we are humiliating ourselves. We are ready for self-humiliation, and we see that we are preparing ourselves for death in this case, and I believe that this is related to the best part of Western society, to the people who understand what is going on in this sense. But on the other hand, we understand that this is not the only way out, and this is not the only way that humanity can exist. These are very important things. Well, human agonality, the will to win, and the right to rule the world. Well, I believe that this is what the Spirit has been striving for, and we don't have any other sources for this. Otherwise, there will be a deficit of the forces of transformation, which move this world. Yes, of course, maybe guilt will be permanent, but I believe that in this case the complex of guilt will stay with us. And Nietzsche wrote about this in Zarathustra, thus spoke Zarathustra. And I believe that we should create rather than suffer. Yes, we are already guilty because we have been thrown into this world, but this doesn't mean that being should be only about accepting guilt. You have not shown your hubris yet. You have not upturned the balance of the being. So don't be afraid. You will upset the balance, but if you upset it or not, well, you will not find a way out. The Bantu people are saying that one should never grab the leopard by the tail, but if you have grabbed him by the tail, don't let him go. Well, we have grabbed the leopard by the tail, and I believe that there is no way out for us but to delve as deep as possible into this material. The complex of guilt is related, among other things, to giving up the idea of taking up a space. Well, this is about being part of society. This is about remembering that matter may break up at any time. Well, now we have new electronic pastures where we spend most of our time, as though we are finding a refuge from this society. And, well, the physical bodies of persons are taking up less space in this world just because we are existing. And, well, there was a pandemic not long ago. It was a test for us, and we found out that it's quite possible to stay in your apartment, to work online, to communicate online, and, well, thus to make up for your eternal guilt, instead of doing something creative. And this creativity has a very good core. Just allow me 2 words. I believe that the most exact model is the Greek model, which is about chaos, fuses, and cosmos, the eschatological triad. From chaos, this movement is done by gods, and from fuses to cosmos, it's impossible to go without the logos, human spirit, and agonality and competitiveness. If we are working with nature, with the elements, let us not forget that without human vision, we will still come across blind elements, and you don't have to stand on your knees in front of them. You should work with synergy. You should provide them with the eyes so that we recognize each other. And we have many methods, we humanity, methods of affecting different elements. We remember the naturalists of the 20th century, those who were exploring the polar circle and the territory inside the polar circle, and from fuses to cosmos we can make this transition only this way. This is what we need to do. We need more creativity rather than overburdening ourselves to, or by guilt, because this heat death will come sooner. No? I want to say something else? Okay, no is no.
Я думаю, просто очень
I believe that we wanted to hear something positive here also, if it's possible, especially that you were referring to creativeness and you gave us a definition of this challenge. We heard about this in the first presentation. There is a shift. We should understand what should we struggle against when we try to specify our philosophical position. Consumption in an environment of a technology boost, what are the challenges, minimalism, what are the prospects, and so on. So, well, yes, we are making a step back when faced with this understanding of guilt. It is overburdening us, but, well, we saw the picture here in this presentation of all problems of the previous times. We are trying to understand what are the problems that we're facing today, and, well, we have looked through the eyes of the Western philosophy here. Please pay attention to this. This is a key to solving many problems, many issues. This is a language that may be important and useful, and therefore pinpointing specific problems that we have on the political agenda illustrates brilliantly how important is such a historic and philosophical analysis. This analysis reminds us of the heritage of all the cultures of the world. And the next presentation is focusing on today's situation, both geopolitical and overall. And I give the floor to Hauke Ritz, Doctor of Philosophy, co-director of the European Democracy Laboratory, and a founding member of the Eurasian Society. The topic is From the Cultural Cold War to Postmodernity, how geopolitics transformed European culture. And I believe that these applause go to you because this is the author of the book that I wanted to show you again. That will be presented after the panel session, the panel discussion is over. So we will talk about this separately, and you will have some time to ask your questions, and the author will respond.
Thank you very much for the possibility to speak at this distinguished conference. I feel quite honored to be here.
Unfortunately, I have to read this presentation in English because in Russian I cannot do this right now.
So yeah, I continue in English. I quite often heard at this conference the word the West, Western philosophy. And I asked myself why I not very often heard the term Europe. The West is not Europe. These are quite different terms. When it comes to the West is an entity that basically emerged out of 2 world wars. And today the West is basically the American zone of influence, while Europe is a 2,000 or even more than 2,000 years old civilization, which represent a totally different model of civilization than the one that is lived and practiced in the United States. Therefore, I think one part of the solution would be if we distinguish more between the West and Europe. Europe contains a lot of parts, especially in the East, even Germany, that traditionally do not belong to the West. Germany is not really a Western country, at least not till the end of the Second World War. It is of course clear, during the last 100 years we have gradually seen a shift of identity. Europe has become gradually the West and has even started to identify itself as the West. And at the very moment Europe is suddenly the West, it means it has to have a border in the East, where a constant conflict is going on. This westernization of Europe has huge cultural ramifications about which I would like to talk now. If we go back to the first decade of the Cold War in the year 1950, there was not really a big difference between Western Europe and Eastern Europe. Okay, there was socialism on the one side and capitalism on the other side, but beside that, the Poles and the Czechs and the West Germans and East German and French people, they were quite very similar. They all were learning Latin in school. They all remembered history, had the national literature and so forth. So there was a common way of European identity at that time. But if we go back to the last decade of the Cold War, the 1980s, we suddenly see a huge difference. Suddenly there appeared this new pop and lifestyle culture in Western Europe and in the West overall, which had a different value system, different terms of reference. And after the Cold War, these differences even continued. And we can measure this difference between East and West in terms of culture, even today in election results. For example, in West Germany, postmodern values are quite accepted. In East Germany, they are to a large extent refused, and parties are elected that criticize postmodern values. So we have today a cultural division of Europe that somehow resulted from the Cold War. And this cultural division of Europe is quite dangerous, because Europe was an area in history that was never governed by a central political power, at least not since the fall of Rome. Europe was always a continent that was ruled by a balance of power, and this balance of power was possible through a common culture. And this common culture was organized first by the Catholic Church, because the Church survived the fall of Rome. And later on, after the schism, the division of the Church in Protestant, Catholic, and Orthodox, it was realized by the philosophy of humanism, by the rise of art, literature, and music, by philosophy and the values of the Enlightenment. So Europe is a continent that was governed by a balance of power and united by culture. And now this European culture is more and more divided, first between West and Eastern Europe, and now once again in Ukraine. And so there is a cultural conflict behind the Cold War and even behind the current Ukraine crisis. And now I would like to explain what this cultural crisis, this division of Europe, has to do with, to some extent, with the philosophy of Friedrich Nietzsche, and how it was adapted by postmodern philosophy and integrated into the policy of the Cold War. If we go back to the 19th century, we see a culture that is basically the result of the secularization of Christianity. And we even see this, for example, in Hegel's philosophy, which is basically secularized Christianity. Hegel even speaks from spirit that manifests itself in the world. And the same can even be said to Karl Marx. Karl Marx, of course, rejected religion as opium for the people, but if you took the value system of socialism and communism, it is somehow the translation of Christian values and the values of economics. And Nikolai Bedayev has stated this, Karl Löwit as well, Jakob Taubes, Paul Tillich. So a lot of philosophers have written about this hidden relationship between socialism and Christianity, which does not mean that the conflict between the Communistic Party and the Church was real. It was real, but nevertheless there was a kind of continuation. And this continuation of the European culture from Christianity to modernity, this is put into question by Nietzsche, because Nietzsche is the first philosopher who speaks of the revaluation of all values. And this revaluation of all values is to some extent a result of the emergence of philosophy of history, because in the very moment when philosophy of history emerged with the German idealism, suddenly there was connected time to truth. Before that, philosophy was mostly searching for eternal truth in politics, in epistemology, and other areas. But after Hegel, truth was connected to time and to the process of history. And to think about truth from that moment on was connected to the ability to locate the truth in the flow of time, in the process of history. And so philosophy of history became the main part of philosophy. But in the very moment when there is a core of when there is a time core, as Adorno and Horkheimer put it, connected to truth, then philosophy of history comes itself into an ambivalent position. And we already see this in the work of Karl Marx, because Karl Marx, while Hegel still wanted to understand the process of the spirit, the manifestation of the spirit in time, Marx already speaks about the necessity to not interpret history or for the world, but also to change it. But still, Marx was connected to the tradition of secularized Christianity, just as I have explained. But Nietzsche goes a step further. He wants to break this continuation, and he wants to revalue all previous values. And of course, this is a consequent thought if you think that God is dead and that there is a vacant position which has to be filled by man. But if man wants to put himself in a godlike position, of course, he has to reject his previous existence and has indeed to revalue all previous value. Otherwise, he cannot be sure that he has filled the vacant position that is left by the death of God. And so I just quote Nietzsche quite well understood what kind of thought, what kind of dynamite has come into existence by introducing the possibility to actively reinterpret the previous histories of ideas. Nietzsche writes, for example, in one of his last writings, Ecce Homo, the revaluation of all values. This is my formula for an act of the highest self-reflection of humanity, which has become flesh and genius in me. Or in the same book, for when the truth and the lies of millennia come into conflict, we will experience shocks the likes of which have never been dreamed of. The concept of politics will then have been completely absorbed in a war of spirits. There will be wars such as have never been seen on earth. Only from me on will there be great politics on earth. So this was the way he understood himself. And of course you can claim, yeah, this is the crazy fantasy of a failed professor from Basel. And maybe at the time in the late 19th century, it had not really irrelevance. It could be interpreted a kind of crazy idea of a specific man. But when the 20th century started, things changed, because the way culture develops suddenly comes into a new phase. We see with the rise of the 20th century, the rise of a cultural industry. In the 19th century and the centuries before, culture was always connected to an author who expressed his life experience in a product of art. But in the 20th century, we see new media, radio, television, and so forth. And with these new media, and also with the propaganda that really exploded in the First World War and in the Second World War, we see how the products of culture are no longer attached to the author. They are no longer the expression of life experience. Instead, they start to be decoupled from authorship. They become the products of the division of labor, of procedural techniques, and they are designed as a commodity for the market. They no longer convey the life experience of a person, of an artist. They no longer invite to self-reflection, but provide distraction and diversion. In German fascism, this new artificial culture of the cultural industry is used to influence the masses, not only consciously, but also subconsciously. They finally made political measures possible that would have been unthinkable only a few decades earlier. So with these new techniques of the industrialized production of culture and cultural products, and the new propaganda industry that emerged out of 2 world wars, and which is later called public relation industry, we can indeed see the possibility, suddenly it becomes possible to do what Nietzsche had anticipated. When mankind enters the center of the 20th century, we suddenly see the real possibility that a reevaluation of all previous values is possible. And then it is very, very interesting that during the Cold War we see a dramatic shift in the left. The traditional left was, since the French Revolution, it was always referring either to Hegel and to Marx, and it expressed values that could be understood as secularized Christian value system. But during the Cold War, the left suddenly changed. The left started to leave the realm of secularized Christianity, and it stops referring to Marx and Hegel so much, and is more referring now to Nietzsche. We see suddenly in the midst of the Cold War the rise of a lot of philosophers who try to start to criticize Marx, the tradition of Marx and Nietzsche, also starts to criticize the tradition of philosophy of history, and to exchange Marx and Hegel against Nietzsche. Nietzsche is usually understood as a right or conservative philosopher, and that's for this reason there was no tradition to use Nietzsche from the left side. But suddenly during the Cold War in the 1960s and 70s, this happens. And this has dramatic consequences. And to understand these consequences, I would like to reflect on the general situation of the early Cold War, because we today, how much time have I? Yeah.
Minutes, not more.
No, I'm really not finished. In the early Cold War, the United States were ideologically in a weak position, because liberalism, the United States is a liberal-founded country, but liberalism was highly discredited after the Second World War, because many intellectuals, many artists like Picasso, scientists like Einstein, they claimed, or they thought at that time, that liberalism has caused the First World War, the failed Treaty of Versailles, the world economic crisis of 1929, and basically the rise of fascism in the Second World War. So liberalism was seen as a failed system, and socialism was fresh, and seemed to be the answer of the problem of that time. And so socialism was on the rise, not only in Europe, but also in the colonies, who saw in socialism a tool for their own liberation. And the workers in Italy and France were highly organized. And so the United States had the feeling they are losing the cultural Cold War. And so the first reaction was the McCarthy era, where leftist journalists were removed from important positions and so forth. But then they concluded, no, we cannot simply fight the left, we have to replace them with a new left. And there are some documents that have been released, how they implemented these problems. For example, Frances Stoner Saunders quotes in her book, Who Paid the Piper? The CIA in the Cultural Cold War, two declassified documents which speak about the necessity to destroy worldwide the goal was to destroy the worldwide intellectual basis for communism and other hostile doctrine to the goals of the United States and the free world. The idea was to create confusion, doubt, and loss of confidence in the accepted thought patterns of committed communists. This is according to a psychological warfare program with the code name Packet. But there was another psychological warfare program with the name PSBD33/2, which also speaks about the necessity to breaking up worldwide doctrinal patterns of thought and provide an intellectual basis for doctrines hostile to American objectives, so to destroy those doctrines. Yeah. And so we see that what Nietzsche was thinking from a theoretical level became the practice of cultural policy during the Cold War. The CIA suddenly is engaging into not only into propaganda that has a specific content, but into a kind of propaganda that is addressing thought patterns, the very basis of our thinking. And there's also a declassified paper of the CIA, which was written and classified in 1985 and declassified in 2011. And this study is called France, Defection of the Leftist Intellectual. And it describes, in a quite ironical style, a tone, how the French intellectuals moved from a pro-communist and anti-American standpoint in the 1950s, for example, with Jean-Paul Sartre, who was for French independence, towards a pro-American, anti-Soviet position in the 1980s. And the study mentions names, explains that these new anti-Soviet philosophers gained hegemony and relevance due to a lot of television interviews. And names like André Glucksmann, Bernard-Henri Lévy, and Michel Foucault are mentioned. So we see there was a kind of psychological or cultural policy during the Cold War that could be understood as the revaluation of all previous values. And it can even be that such a revaluation indeed has taken place, can be demonstrated if you look at the key issues of socialism. If you, for example, take a notion like progress, you need to have an imagination of progress if you want to improve the world. But today we no longer believe in progress. We have now adapted to the vision of failing mankind, of dystopian outlook, and the same can be demonstrated on the term of the subject, on the picture of humans, on our modern understanding of truth and modern understanding of history. I have not the time to go all through it, but I just want to say if we want to solve the current mess we are in, we not only have to distinguish between the West and Europe, we also have to come to a consciousness about the fact that a cultural war is going on, and that we need regulation for these techniques. Today, techniques exist that can rewrite culture. And like the atomic bomb, like biological weapons, these things have to be regulated. And such a regulation of these techniques can lead to a new return of a cultural renaissance, maybe, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. We would really hope that our Congress will be the step towards such regulation, appropriate regulation. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that rethinking and reinterpretation is something that Russia, the East, and Europe and the West are facing. And I'm sure if we had American philosophers, definitely they would share their take on this. Well, we can use many concepts and many ideas and definitions, and I would like to go back to postmodernism and the way this concept operates today. Alexander Pavlov, postdoctoral degree in philosophy, professor and head of the School of Philosophy and Cultural Study at the Faculty of Humanities at Higher School of Economics, head of the Social Philosophy sector at the Institute of Philosophy, Russian Academy of Sciences. And he'll talk about postmodernism and traditional values. So I hope that will bring us back to that notion. Maybe you can update us with some new options and definitions. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the idea of this wonderful Congress. Well, you know, we felt that was necessary, and thank you for implementing it. I'd like to thank our moderator. I'm sure that you were one of those who inspired this Congress. Well, you've presented the title as postmodernism, but actually it's about postmodernism. But I'd like to give you a definition through the lens of the origins and the roots. So this is why there will be two parts of my report. First, it's about postmodernism, and then postmodernism. And some key takeaways with conclusions so that we can back to the main topic, which is of greatest interest to us. These are traditional values. Well, to kick off
задать несколько вопросов, на которые
I'd like to raise some questions
дал ответы.
and then give some answers to it. Do we have postmodernism at all?
Кто-нибудь вообще о том, что такое постмодернизм?
Do you know what postmodernism is?
Который отчасти зависит
Anyone? And
первые два.
the third one, which depends on the answers to the first two, is why do we actually need
Такое явление, как
this phenomenon as postmodernism?
я объясню, но тем не менее, если нужно будет давать краткие ответы на эти вопросы, то я рискну.
Well, I'll give you a brief definition.
Постмодернизм не существует.
Well, there is actually no such thing as postmodernism.
О том, что такое постмодернизм на самом деле.
And few people know what this actually is, and we actually need postmodernism. This is a paradoxical answer based on the answers to the first two questions. All we know about postmodernism is about the concept.
Это очень популярная в академических кругах, прежде всего Запада, концепция.
This is a very popular concept for social sciences, for humanities, social science, etc. But the biggest issue is self-contradictory. As Dr. Harvin said, when he wrote about postmodernism, before writing the book, he said, I reviewed everything what I could find about postmodernism, and I realized it's a minefield of controversial concepts which are just self-conflicting. So even if we take the most popular concept of modern David Harvey, Linda Hutchin, Jean-François Lyotard, Jürgen Habermas, etc., we can see that they all think the postmodernism in a different way, and very often they are in conflict with each other. Just like Frederick Jameson, when he wrote his remarks to the book by Frederick Jameson, and there was just a similar critique of the right definition. So we have empirical, historical reality, we have the objective state of culture, of science and progress and politics, which merits their own language, and the most appropriate fitting term would be, at least since between 60s and 80s, would be postmodernism. So postmodernism was like gnoseology, epistemology, a theory of trying to find an answer of how we can describe our reality. Second, whenever we discuss whether we have postmodernism or whether it's dead, we either need to give our own definition or we need to choose just one theory and stick with it. Mr. Jameson offers the most popular philosophy, and Linda Hutchin in literary studies. Well, since the 1970s, we just need to understand the background, and Anna Kustikova mentioned Charles Jens and Lyotard. Lyotard was the first who brought out the term of postmodernism into philosophy. So he actually delivered a report on postmodernism, that's how he coined this term. So until the 1990s, the philosophy argued of what postmodernism is about, and why it should be the key term, concept that describes the state of our culture. So at that point, we had a lot of people who disputed this, challenged this concept. As well as in the 1970s, we had a lot of books, magazines and conferences that defined themselves as postmodernism, beyond postmodernism. Just like Daniel Bell, he said that we've exhausted in 1973 the definition of beyond, and and we now move to the prefix post. And Linda Hatcher was the Canadian research thinker and scholar who wrote 2 books in the 1980s about this. She wrote The Politics of Postmodernism. It's about literacy, about literature, and then she focused on cinematography, literature, and other means of culture, other domains of culture. And more importantly, she built her theory by saying that it's hard to explain postmodernism because it's self-conflicting, and one of the key ideas is that many of the concepts which seem to be natural, they are self-contradictory. Capitalism should be shown that it's just a construed model which describes reality, and that's what postmodernism was supposed to do. Frederick James said that it's a decentralized subject, it's a pastiche, schizophrenia, it's the fading effect, that's the end of the history, that's a lot of other attributes to describe it. But at the end of the 1990s, it turned out that each of those who wrote about postmodernism was sick and tired of this theory. The social state that they were in no longer fit this concept. Frederick Jameson just backed down and he switched to globalization, which was a natural extension of the debate in the academic world. But the key development was the Lita Hutchins' new book, The Policy of Postmodernism, and in the epilogue she said, we need to accept that, we need to recognize that there is no postmodernism, that's it, it's over, and we need to figure out what's going to come next or instead of it. And that's why Linda Hutchins says, I challenge other successors, other thinkers and philosophers. I would like to come up with a new label, postmodernist, but I hope that the next thinkers can come up with another term. But before I move to the second part, I'd like to make a small comment and to comment once again on the third question which I raised initially. Why do we really need it? Social scientist Frank Webster, the author of the well-known book on the information society, Jeffrey Alexander, who penned a book on sociology, they say that our people need to have some historical global frameworks or algorithms, and postmodernism was one of it, was similar to it, was one of those. You know, when we go to bed, when we eat, we don't really think whether we live in postmodernism or post-modernism. But when scientists meet, when sociologists try to come up with a description of what we live in, they use these words. They try to describe the time which existed before us and the time where we live. It's so important. That's why we had so many debates about postmodernism. So all the thinkers who are sick and tired of postmodernism, they move away from it, including Lida Hutchins. And Lida Hutchins challenged other thinkers. Then we had this postmodernism. We ended up with it. It's an existing term. It wasn't coined by me. It's Linda Hutchins who uses this, and it was appeared back in 1995 when the book by Tina Turner, and it was published 20 years after Charlie Jenkins, because he also wrote about architecture. Postmodernism included one of the key theories, Ihab Hassan, he popularized this term, and Jean-François Latour took it from him, borrowed this term from him, borrowed postmodernism from him. So the next generation was united by the umbrella term postmodernism. It's not a single solid movement, although some of the branches. But within this umbrella term, we have such concepts as ultra-modernism, remodernism, several types of neo-modernism, hyper-modernism, meta-modernism. These are some of the terms that include the word modernism, exo-modernism, eco-modernism, that has little to do with postmodernism. Why do we need all these prefixes and terms to describe the state of the time, of our time? Well, it seems to show that whatever we described with the word postmodernism simply doesn't work. So if it was filled with irony, then it means that currently we live in a time when the irony is no longer the prevalent method to consume culture. That's why metamodernism is now the prevalent term. It means we go back to new sincerity, new innocence, new seriousness, that we respect culture that existed, that is still here. Previously, some of the presidents were postmodernist. Then Barack Obama is a metamodernist, although other authors said that it's Donald Trump who's a post-metamodernist. So far, we still have this major debate ongoing, although some of the concepts are outdated. The authors ditched them. But one of the key concepts of postmodernism is metamodernism, and this discussion is still ongoing. And now, my key conclusion, based on the two parts, based on this short analysis, what do traditional values have to do with it? Postmodernism presupposes a great number of different concepts and ideas. Many of the authors, even if they don't have anything to do with them, they say that we are sick and tired of irony and now would like to be more serious. We like naivete, we're tired of being playful, illusory ideas, intertextuality, etc. And so, here's the most important thing that I'd like to say. So this idea as traditional values could have been the philosophical concept. So the values that they carry is the consequence, and we need to analyze them. Patriotism, patriotism is extremely important. We're all patriots. We need to love our homeland. We all love our homeland. But some of the authors who challenge that, and the philosophy can give you an answer. Why do we need to love our homeland? Many of the Western authors gave different answers, including Sparta of the analytical philosophy, why patriotism is a virtue. It was prompted by Alice McIntyre's article in 1984, why patriotism is a virtue, or is a patriotism a virtue? As part of ethics, political philosophy, there are so many concepts of patriotism. Moderate, liberal patriotism, whatever, republican patriotism, constitutional patriotism. And so we have Mr. Smirnov, who spoke yesterday, and the Institute of Philosophy hosts studies on civilization research under Mr. Smirnov's guidance. So it's about philosophical search, it's about discussions, it's about debates of what it could be. Traditional values could be the unifying factor. So we are aware of these values, we try to put them into practice, we try to follow these traditions. We also need to provide some kind of philosophical substantiation, some kind of philosophical understanding to show to any of those who doubt why they're so important, why they could be the foundation for contemporary Russian thinking and mentality. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, we definitely need to figure out the right language.
борьбе, которая
And
идет
again, there's ongoing battle around the definitions. There is cognitive wars, cultural wars, cultural cold wars. And so I'd like to use this occasion to say that when we talk about civilization, again, that's something still being discussed. We go back to Huntington's term, the clash of civilizations. Can we apply this? Should we apply this?
И этому было фактически посвящены последние, буквально состоявшиеся в пятницу на Московского
The Faculty of Philosophy ran the Panarin Readings, a conference on the clash of civilizations, and it's possibly the key issue of today's philosophy, political philosophy, but as we understand, it's much broader than this. So we had a lot of common themes, and we need an update, an overhaul. Well, we can always say neo, or new sincerity, or new naivete. But we also need to provide the explanation of why it's new, how we view it and define it. And next, I'd like to give the floor to Wolfgang Wasik, essayist, poet, head of the Association for Cultural Events and International Dialogue Consideration, from our guest from Austria. His intervention will focus on the understanding of renewal, particularly spiritual renewal. Its title is The Path of Spiritual Renewal, Man, Motherland and Society in the 21st Century. Over to you. And you will deliver it in Russian, right? Yes, thank you.
This will be in the Russian language, and I hope that you will understand everything that I will be saying. Ladies and gentlemen, Madame and Monsieur, добрый день. По-австрийски грюс-год. And before making a presentation, I wanted to sincerely thank the organizers of this wonderful conference, this Congress, because I myself organize scientific workshops, but this organization is at a very high level, at an optimum level. I believe that it is hard to find such a forum for a conference that has been chosen and organized in such a great way. This is first. Second, I absolutely subscribe to some of my colleagues making presentations before me, that today it is important to bring together people, and people should communicate. I don't think that it is an easy task. I don't think that there would be some rapporteurs who would say that there are different confessions, different religions, and so on, and then they would claim that it's easy to bring them together. No, it's not. But I believe that Benedict XVI, the Pope, said that he wanted to bring Catholicism closer to the Orthodox religion, and it turned out to be not that easy. But the most important thing is that we are not scared, we are not afraid of this. We are not afraid of a clash, we are not afraid of a confrontation with other views, but here we're talking not only about confrontations, but we're talking about respect to another position, to another opinion. This will be a struggle, of course. When we say that we need dialogue, this will be not enough. And not enough at all, because we need a great readiness to struggle for our positions, to struggle to fight against influence from the West on the one hand, and on the other hand, not to stop listening, not to stop hearing, and to monitor different kind of thoughts, different schools of thought, and so on. And I agree with other presenters. Well, I believe that it's quite impossible to rule out civilizational influence on thought. Well, the path of spiritual renewal, and this is what I will be talking about. And in the autumn of 23, I organized a seminar in Yerevan in Armenia. Well, and I was trying to protect the participants for different countries. That was the topic. But if you are from Russia, you may know that there is a book by Ivan Ilyin, a Russian philosopher, and of course I read this book, and I wanted to give a structure to my presentation in a way so that you see my point of view on our time, what are the dangers that I see that are aimed against traditional values, and what kind of conclusions I may come to based on some quotes and citations that I will make. Well, for example, there are 3 quotes that I wanted to use. Well, don't worry, this will not be too much, this will be in Russian. And Immanuel Kant did a lot. Well, some people believe that Kant is one of the causes of what has happened politically now, but I wanted to remind you that in Austria, Germany, and the same, we can remind ourselves of Richard Wagner. There were very learned people, there are very learned, educated people who say that Richard Wagner is responsible for Hitler. Well, we can say that Nietzsche is responsible for his Superman, because the Nazis actually misused Nietzsche. But on the other hand, let us not forget that we should take into consideration what the media is doing, what the media are doing, using facts. Well, I don't know if Halke will agree with me, but we in the West have a great problem. The problem is that very often politicians pay too much attention to the media, not to facts. And, well, for example, there is a paper that writes about fighting for attention. This is about public relations, about the market forces, and so on. But I believe that this is a very dangerous path. Why am I saying this? I don't believe that the question was about who will survive after post-modernity. Traditional values versus the neoliberal ethics. I cannot respond to this question, and I'm not a philosopher by training, therefore it's very difficult to generalize for me. So before I came to live to Russia in the autumn of 2021, well, I have my family here, I've been thinking about the future, and I believe that for me, for you, it is very important that our children get a very good upbringing, and that there will be no pressure in schools. I know such examples in Austria and Germany, for example, and they ask children, do you want to change your gender? I don't want this. I don't want this. I believe that you can be critical about geopolitics and other issues, but I believe that we all agree that what I told you about is wrong. I believe that one of our rapporteurs spoke about this, and as far as I see, most countries in the world agree with the position of Russia. And I can even
add that even in Austria and in Germany, I can say there are many people, well, many people is to say nothing. There are lots of people who do not support the establishment's position about this kind of culture and so on. This is the danger, and we should not only talk about this because this is the influence of propaganda, especially in the United States. I worked in the US, I have friends in the US, and I don't want to demonize the US, God forbid. And I understand what these long-term things mean for Russia. I believe that it is important to restore economic ties with the US, and I believe that this will happen one day. But talking about teens, about kids, it is very important that the ruling elites pay more attention to bringing up children, how to influence children, how to influence teenagers, so they give more critical thought to different kind of propaganda and marketing. You know that there is such a thing as neuromarketing, and I read a book not long ago from MIT, from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that's in the US, and I have a good friend from Austria there, and he says, I come to Belarus very often. And he says that we need to explain to the students what is bad about the West, and then they will understand. And to which I responded that I believe that this is not enough. As you know, frankly speaking, right now there is a great cognitive influence on the people. Well, I'm not talking about stupid people, I'm talking about educated people. And well, we go to a restaurant and the music may influence us, or the music, what kind of music they run, they play in stores, influences us. So it's important to analyze the way we are influenced, and we hear that there are claims of violence on the part of Russia, and that Russia is violating international law. Not violence, but violation of international law. But in the hybrid war, there is a strive to destabilize other countries. And in international law, there are methodologies that people are using, and I read some American research, and they explicitly no, we don't have these technologies, we never use them. Well, there are such technologies, but we did not implement them. They are constructing some kind of spin, and well, it's like a war game. Like, there is an army here, it will attack you, what you will do, and so on. But I always ask them the question. Well, you may criticize Putin, but, well, you can say that he's a stupid man, but Putin knows that there are many relatives of Russians in Ukraine, and he's not a stupid man. And he's not just doing what he wants to do when he attacks Ukraine. That's what they are claiming. I don't want to protect anybody, I don't want to talk about this, I'm just asking a question. And I'm amazed to hear that when I am invited to Vienna to some kind of conference and I'm asking educated people and they don't answer. And they are even offended. I may not ask this question, they think. I don't know. They make a face, they say, no, like I'm not part of their group. If I ask the question, they don't respond. And what is the conclusion? I'll try to be short.
There should be some hubs for the analysis of the situation, and some hubs, some centers that will proclaim their knowledge about technology. Well, I understand that in Russia you may have such centers, but I believe that there should be more such centers that analyze influence, not only from the point of view of the army or the war, but from the point of view, for example, of how this influence is carried out and how it influences the teenagers, for example. I am criticized. They say, you're against the internet, you're against the smartphone, or what? No, I'm not. I'm not a stupid man. I use all these gadgets and devices, but I'm flabbergasted when I see that you may speak English, or you may not speak English, but you may be interested in what the entertainment industry provides to you from America. But to get pleasure from this, you should know the language. It should not be at the emotional level alone. You should critically approach the structures or people, persons who lure you or try to lure you into something. And these influencing technologies influence our thinking. And they play a great role, by the way. So I wanted to motivate my Russian friends by saying that such steps should be made in the interests of your teenagers, your children. And last but not least, I have been to Russia very often, and I'm a great supporter of Russia, and I was assistant at the philosophical faculty of the university, and well, actually, I was impressed by the level of knowledge that the students have here, and you have a capacity here. And I was invited to participate in political talk shows, and you have a capacity. Trust in it. You have people. Well, I understand that there is an argument going on all the time. There are Eurasians, Dugin, there are others who think differently. But the main thing is not to avoid discussions and arguments. Be open for discussion, because all these people who believe in Russia, they want to do good to Russia. And if Russia will have a good future, I'm sure that there will be a good future for Europe. Thank you. Great. A great final presentation for this session, especially that you are a very deep researcher, a very good researcher, profound researcher of Russian culture and Russian philosophy, and an author of great projects. I wanted to conclude the work of our panel. We are trying to understand what we are talking about, what we're referring to, what are the ideas that we are discussing, and what values can we produce as a result of our discussions. This is a very important topic, and of course, well, I'm not claiming, as our rapporteurs were not claiming, to be able to answer any question who will survive, for example. But I believe that the ones who will survive will be those who pay attention to this mission. And getting back to the eschatological topic, we have a great chance to do this, especially if the ideas are implemented that we heard in the wonderful presentations today and tomorrow, and if this program that many were referring to will be actually realized, and well, we have connections, we are communicating, and as to philosophical, axiological, and communicational analysis of problems of the contemporary world, this is what the Congress is about, and this is what our session was about today. Make it possible not only to specify, to hit the bullseye when explaining this topic, but to decide which way we will be going in a creative sense, which will conclude our work after this panel, this discussion panel. Thank you very much, all of you who made presentations. Thank you very much to those who were the listeners. Thank you. A round of applause is something that we all deserve, and I give the floor to... We're not leaving because we will have a presentation of the book, right? Oleg. Yes, this presentation will be a little bit later, but it's on the margins of the Congress. And now I wanted to make a conclusion to our work. First, some statistics. 2 days of work. In person, there were about 200 people present. On the site, on the website alone of the Eurasian Philosophical Congress, there was an online stream of our panel discussion, and there were about 50,000 people, 50 and 3 zeros. This is a huge number. We did not expect this. This is about philosophy. We see that YouTube reels on philosophy or videos on philosophy do not get such an audience, and we did not advertise this too much, but we will. So we will be seen by other target groups. 25,000 people, half of them were foreign viewers, which is to say that we were being watched in other countries. This is amazing, but this is a fact. The media, they have not all of them have written about us, but yesterday, well, Jeffrey Sachs was here online, and Vladimir Solovyov, who is the most popular talk show anchor, was referring to Jeffrey Sachs, with whom we were talking. There were links on the internet and so on. So this is good. And today there will be awards here, an award ceremony, and the first channel, our main central channel of the Russian TV, promised that they would come here. Let's see if they come. So there is a feedback, and it will remain. The organizational committee wants to thank our foreign guests. I said that there are 12. This was a grave mistake. There are 13. I forgot about the United States, and Jeffrey Sachs is an American indeed. China, Mongolia, India, Iran, Sri Lanka, Belarus, Serbia, Germany, France, Austria, and the United States, and Cuba online from the other hemisphere. Thank you very much, all the partners of the Congress and the Presidential Forum of Cultural Initiatives, thanks to which this was possible. It is their grant that we were spending. The Institute of Philosophy of the Russian Academy of Sciences, the Philosophical Department of the Moscow State University, the Lomonosov University, the Faculty of Humanitarian Studies of the National Research Institute of the Higher School of Economy, Institute of Philosophy of the St. Petersburg State University. They brought 3 rapporteurs here, the Russian Philosophical Society and the joint stock company Tinkoff Bank, which we would like to sincerely thank, especially for the cultural program. That is not over yet. We have the last leg remaining tomorrow. I wanted to remind you that there will be a compendium after the Congress is over, and please be disciplined. Of course, we can make the abstracts from the presentations, but if all of you present here, not only the ones who made presentations, but those who didn't make them, if you want to send your articles, works, whatever you want, we will include them in this compendium. We have the Knizhny Mir, the world of books, publishing house. They are ready to publish this. The deans of the leading universities in Russia told us already that they can provide platforms for those who are making presentations here, so that you are invited here, those who made presentations, for further lectures. Well, people were asking about the symbols, about the logo of the Congress. Well, our designers said that blue and violet, the purple color are typical of the West, but if you bring them together, you get this purple color that brings us well together, east and west, and well, many Brahmans were using this, talking about this star. There is 3-angle star, 5-angle star, 6 and 8-angle stars. This is a very powerful energy symbol. Every one of these stars mean a lot in different cultures, and if we bring them together, I believe that well, we are omnipowerful. This is the idea by our designer, and we supported it at our council. And I would tell you that the hero of this day is Abbas from Iran, Abbas. And he proposed that we don't only talk, but adopt a resolution. And we have prepared a draft resolution, not to offend anybody in any way. I hope we managed to do this, and I believe that it's a generalized resolution, so that we well, find a common denominator, so that everybody is happy with it. Well, I will read it, if I may. We, the participants in the first Eurasian Congress of Philosophy, expressing a genuine commitment to international humanitarian collaboration, recognizing the paramount importance of professional intellectual work, and demonstrating reverence or respect for the diversity of philosophical ideologies, hereby declare our solidarity in the following. First, the traditionally significant role of the philosopher comprehending the surrounding world gains special importance in our days, where changes occur rapidly, cohesively, and on a global scale. Second, the efficient philosophical study of emerging global challenges is possible only by combining the efforts of thinkers representing diverse and different cognitive traditions. Number three, the philosophical schools of Russia, Eastern countries, and the Global South have a significant potential in resolving world-view problems facing contemporary mankind. Fourth, the fundamental danger for the philosophical community today lies in the dominance of one intellectual tradition claiming exclusivity, global universalism, and dictating its norms and rules to the institutions of science and education. 5. An important task for the philosophical community is the necessity to comprehend the high-risk crisis phenomena of the modern world, among which are the challenge to traditional values, the accelerated artificial imposition of new ethical norms that have not stood the test of time, the hasty introduction of bio and digital technologies without a humanitarian assessment and without control by the global community. 6. We propose that the organizers of the Congress establish the Eurasian Academy of Philosophy for fostering ongoing interaction among Congress participants, providing a space for communication. That's it.
Ваши аплодисменты
Your applause,
воспринимать как
they mean, I hope, as your support for this draft resolution, and I hope there was nothing there that would offend anybody, because this is what we have been talking about in the past 2 days. Well, I declare our Congress, the first Eurasian Congress of Philosophy, closed. Adjourned.
Олег Никифоров, мой коллега и автор, соавтор книги «Эндшпиль Европа».
The Endgame in Europe, the author of the book. And the question is why the political project failed. The political project called Europe, and how can we get back to our dream. And Helki Ulrike is with us now. And this is a book that has many things that it would seem that we should know or know. And what attracted me in this book was that writing this book was a way towards intellectual development by Ulrike and Helki, and a thought is something that we're going through. And I think that this book displays the truthfulness of this thesis. Helki, please, could you tell us more about this book?
So, can you talk about it as a living existential evidence and a piece of the path that you've walked through?
I speak once again in English. This book was written in the late summer of 2002. I was returning from Russia, where I worked at the RGGU as a teacher for German language. And Ulrike and I had a meeting, and she told me from her plan to write this book and to intervene through this book into a political process that we, for some reason, call Endspiel Europa, because we both understood if this war manifests itself for years, if a new Iron Curtain is dividing Europe once again, then Europe really stops to be important in the world, and other powers, Europe will not as a center of decision, not even a player in the world of tomorrow. And therefore we had the idea to write a book, or she had originally the idea to write a book on the failure of Europe, and to include there also some information about the prehistory of the war. And she asked me to help in this regard because she is more a specialist on France and German-French relation, and she knows a lot about the construction and the planning of the European Union, but the Eastern policy was not her main field of research. And so we wrote this book quite quickly in some weeks. After 6 weeks, everything was finished, and the book went into printing. And in the middle of the book, in the original book, it's in the middle, it's an old card of Europe. It's a 500-year-old card. And there Europe is portrayed as a woman and as a princess, and we demonstrate on the example of this picture that the current war in Ukraine really divides Europe right here, and that this will have dramatic ramification, not only in terms of geopolitics and wealth and economy, but also culturally, because Ulrike and we both believe that Europe is also a kind of cultural and spiritual unity, and if you divide this continent, this is in the same way a catastrophe if you divide China or divide India or any other great civilization. And the book was published, and it became a bestseller at the beginning for some weeks. And first, there were no direct reaction of the press. We had the impression they were thinking, should we attack the book or should we not silence the book? But then came the University of Bonn and distanced herself from Ulrike Gero, which is an absolutely new phenomenon. In a normal case, the university does not distance itself from a professor who has written a book on a problem of our time. This is a normal thing a professor should do. And professors should not only write books for scientific papers, they also should present their work to the broader public to some extent. And that's what she has done, and she's a specialist for the European Union, and this war means, in the long run, the failure of the European Union, because the European Union was founded as a project for peace. The experience of 2 world wars was one of the fundamental reasons the European Union was founded. It's documented in the founding documents and even in the early pre-stages of for example, the Montanunion. It was always the key identity of the unification process of Europe to prevent a future world war, to exclude the war from the European continent. And suddenly there is once again a war, and it's a war for a nation, despite the fact that the European Union all the time wanted to overcome nationalism. But suddenly we have a war where Ukrainian nationalists play a major role. And so with all these contradictions we wrote about in this book. We have spoken about the prehistory of the war, how Europe failed to become sovereign, to follow its own interests, and instead was slowly guided into a direction where Europe mixed its own interests with American interests and finally was only following American interests. And a few months later, Ulrike Gero was even fired from the university. And now it's in the hand. Now it's a court case. Finally, the court will decide if it was justified or not. But of course, the university did not say that they fired Ulrike Gero because of her political views. They said instead that she created plagiat, I don't know how to say it. She said she is guilty of plagiat in one of her books. But to be honest, this book was not even a scientific book. It was a book that she wrote long before she was at the University of Bonn. And what they call plagiats are in fact mostly writing mistakes, because The book had to be published very quickly for the Buchmesse. So they published for at the first time to show it on, was ist Messe auf Englisch? They published
book fair.
A book that was still included some writing mistakes, especially the marks for quotation were at some points missing, but the author was mentioned. And later on, a mistake appeared, and this book got into a broader circulation. It was only for a small amount of people planned, and through to its mistake, it was printed in a large number, and now it was on the market. And now they claim these missing quote signs, or how to say it in English, are in fact plagiats. But it's not the case because the author is mentioned, and this case is very dubious, and but this is the actual atmosphere we are in Europe today, that it is still not really allowed to present a second perspective, to think about European interest, to say the truth about the fact that the European Union has to some extent failed, and that the breakup of the European Union is quite likely in the future. And of course, this is something we don't want, which also Ulrike does not want, because we also understand a breakup of the European Union could be as catastrophic as the breakup of the Soviet Union. So we would like to learn from the mistakes of the Soviet Union and say, okay, the European Union has a lot of mistakes. They are not sovereign. They have moved to some extent in the wrong direction. But nevertheless, a breakup of the European Union could have huge economic and geopolitical ramifications, and therefore we are preferring in the book a kind of reform of the European Union. And for this reason we have both written the book, but unfortunately it is not really possible to discuss this position in our newspapers and so forth.
Yeah, the situation l'affaire Guéron, it seems quite Kafkaesque, and it's truly depressing. And another thing I'd like to ask you about, it's a translational question. Abendland, it's not the same as Europe, yeah? And as we visited local bookstores, for example, in October, you said concerning the Russian translation of the title of Jakob Taubes Buch, Kritis des Abendlandes, glaube ich.
Abendländische Eschatologie, ja.
Abendländische Eschatologie. In Russian it was translated as
Western.
Eschatologie, europäische Eschatologie.
Western eschatology it was translated. Yeah. I remember.
So this difference between Abendland, West and Europe.
No, yeah, the difference between West and Europe. Yeah, just as I mentioned in my speech, the West originated from the imperial powers in Western Europe: Great Britain, France, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal. And in the 20th century, the United States became the leader of the so-called West in the process of 2 world wars and with the foundation of NATO. So the West is something that is on the one side connected to the tradition of imperialism, and on the other side the product of the chaos of 2 world wars. And Europe is something totally different. Europe is 2,000 to 3,000 years old. Europe is not just the result of wars and alliances. Europe is a civilization with its own rights, and Europe was never governed by a central power, at least since the fall of Rome. And it is basically based on a balance of power. So if we speak about culture, we always should use the term Europe and not West.
So, and to finish with our short presentation, maybe a couple of words about your other book, Struggle for Europe, Борьба за Европу.
This is a book I have published a year ago, and it's is a collection of essays I've written over the years, in which I have for which I have myself organized translations into Russian. And finally, I found a possibility to publish it in Russia. And the essays stretch among a time frame of 10 years, so from 2013, or to some extent even before, till 2022. And there I also deal, a lot of the essays published in this book deal with the problem of geopolitics and culture, that modern geopolitics is mostly connected to cultural politics. And so culture is used for military purposes. And of course, this is very dangerous for culture, because culture is something that has its own right. Culture is we are human because we have culture, and if culture is used for military purposes, for winning a Cold War, then we destroy the foundation of our own humanity. And
So cultural wars that never stopped, never ended, it's a real challenge to the humanity in its multiplicity, in its solidarity, and in its emancipative potential.
Of course, as you can say, there were
one of the greatest problems.
Yeah, I think so. Especially in our times, where technique has developed so far. Of course, there was always some kind of propaganda, but in our time, we have these techniques of mass media, neuromarketing, public relation, and the internet has made the whole situation even worse. And if we do not regulate the misuse of culture for geopolitical power, then we are really we lose the foundation for reason, for good policy and civilization in the end.
Hopefully we'll come back to this question on our seminar in Institute for Philosophy on Tuesday. And now maybe a couple of concluding words, and then we'll want you to enjoy the book. Or at the book stand.
So I hope, of course, that despite all the challenges, there is still a cultural foundation in Europe. And for me, for myself, I know some Russians think otherwise, but for me, Russia is also part of Europe. And I think if we can overcome this conflict in Ukraine, then we can recreate this cultural unity, and Europe will maybe turn to the east, in the direction of the BRICS states. So we will also have improving European-China relations, European-India relations, and then we could try to regulate these destructive forces in the field of culture and try to lift up culture again. And lifting up culture means lifting up man and humanity.
Thank you. Let it be. Спасибо вам.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite you to lunch, and I hope the headsets will be returned. If you put them in your pocket, could you please put them on the chair so that you don't take them with you. Okay, don't forget to hand back the headsets for simultaneous interpretation.
Уважаемые коллеги, извините за волнение. Первый раз вручается в нашей стране философская премия. Хоть мы очень долго об этом говорили, и идея витала буквально 15 лет, наверное. Мы все дальше разговоров не уходили. Но осенью этого прошлого года Фонд поддержки культурных инициатив президентский выдал нам грант и на философский конгресс, и на философскую премию. Философский конгресс только что прошел, а философскую премию разрешите объявить открытой. Так, у меня тут где-то кликер должен быть. Не вижу его. А, вот он, извините. Коротко скажу, как принимали участие люди, как это вообще все происходило, кто кого, куда и как выдвигал. Мы организовали оргкомитет из 39 человек. Ну, скажем так, цвет нашей философии. 23 доктора наук, это 57% от состава участников премии. 13 кандидатов наук, то есть 33% от состава участников премии. Это представители 20 вузов и научных учреждений России и ближнего зарубежья нашего. То есть репрезентативность, мне кажется, соблюдена, да? Ну, какие это вузы? Да, это философский факультет МГУ имени Ломоносова, факультет гуманитарных наук научно-исследовательского университета Высшей школы экономики, Институт философии СПБУ, Институт философии РАН, Уральский государственный университет, Таврическая академия наук, Академия КФУ имени Вернадского, Южный федеральный университет, Балтийский федеральный университет имени Канта, Белорусский государственный университет. Ну, наши все ведущие вузы здесь есть. И это не все, которые упомянуты. Конечно, здесь еще ряд вузов Москвы, и РГГУ, и другие. Да. Посмотрите, вот нам писали письма, заполняли бланки, выдвигали номинантов люди из 10 городов. Вот какая география от Минска и Калининграда до Новосибирска, Санкт-Петербург, Элиста даже вот на юге. Даст Бог, это не последняя премия. В следующий раз мы и Владивосток подключим, и расширять будем нашу географию и присутствие вузов. Нашими партнерами стали наши ведущие журналы и издательства. «Вопросы философии», «История философии», «Тетради по консерватизму», издательство «Литея», «Логос», нами всеми любимый, и так далее. То есть вот издательство «Книжный мир». Все нам помогали, чем могли. Процедура была такая. Участники Совета премии выдвигали в каждой номинации по 3 претендента. Таким образом скопился такой своего рода пул претендентов, и мы потом Советом премии сформировали шорт-лист, за кого выдвинули больше всего, кого в каждой номинации считают достойным проведения, награждения. Ну а потом разослали бланки участникам для голосования и автоматически, так сказать, посчитали эти голоса, и таким образом у нас возникли победители в каждой номинации. Ну, собственно, наверное, про процедуру, которая довольно проста и понятна, я все рассказал. Теперь нужно переходить к награждениям. Да? Давайте представлять номинации. Коллеги, прошу включить. За работу в области философской футурологии. Значит, у нас шорт-лист есть. Прошу дать его на экран. Посмотрите. Это книга Федорова Александра Александровича «Производство будущего. Мир двойного двоеточия». Это коллективный труд «Мифология века НТР. Утопии, мифы, надежды, реальность новейших направлений науки» от Франкенштейна и эликсира бессмертия до биокиборгов и постчеловека. И книга «Неделя» Аркадия Юрьевича «Постоптимальный социум на пути к интеллектуальной революции». В этой номинации мы просим вручить, извините за волнение, за все, у меня все перепуталось. Просим нашего главного... Да. Сергея Васильевича Лукьяненко. Дело в том, что да, он главный наш специалист по будущему, человек, который о будущем знает все, писатель-фантаст в том числе. И, конечно, кому как не ему нужно вот, дать такое ответственное поручение. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо за предоставленную честь. На самом деле я уверен, что в хорошей литературе, в хорошей фантастике должна быть философия, а хорошая философия всегда должна быть фантастична. И, разумеется, футурология, философская футурология, она наиболее близка к фантастике как таковой. Она тоже говорит о будущем. За работу в области философской футурологии получает премию «Производство будущего. Мир двойного двоеточия» Федоров Александр Александрович.
Можно, если хотите какое-то сказать слово.
Уважаемые коллеги, это огромная честь. Это первая действительно премия, да еще и первая номинация. Очень неожиданное и, естественно, приятное для меня решение. Тем более получить из рук великолепного писателя-фантаста такую награду. Примите мою глубокую благодарность и убежденность в том, что философия в России будет переживать период расцвета. И мы это увидим в самое ближайшее время. Спасибо огромное.
Пожалуйста, следующая номинация за вклад в философию. Так, это надо перелистнуть. Вклад в философию. Пожалуйста. 2 дня не было технических никаких неполадок. Сейчас вот так. Значит, у нас в этой номинации в шорт-лист вошли академик Лекторский Владислав Александрович, главный научный сотрудник Института философии РАН, Козырев Алексей Павлович, исполняющий обязанности декана философского факультета МГУ, и Маслин Михаил Александрович, заведующий кафедрой истории русской философии философского факультета МГУ имени Ломоносова. Вот, вручить эту номинацию я приглашаю вице-спикера российского парламента, заместителя нашего Володина Шаубана Валерьевича Караола. Да. Мы с ним коллеги по Государственной Думе, но дело в том, что Шалбан Валерьевич Караул еще и мой однокашник. Мы вместе учились в Уральском государственном университете на философском факультете. То есть у нас на уровне вице-спикера лоббист нашего философского сообщества.
Да, это правда, я этим очень горжусь. Более того, из 450 депутатов Государственной Думы у нас там целый философский клуб есть. 4 депутатов Государственной Думы, это с одного философского факультета Уральского государственного университета. Вот такой у нас там состав. Итак, номинация за вклад в философию. Лекторский Владислав Александрович.
Дорогие друзья, я очень взволнован, я этого не ожидал, конечно, для меня это неожиданное событие. Вот. Но я хочу сказать, что я очень благодарен и за эту премию, конечно, и благодарен за то, что организовали такой замечательный конгресс. Это праздник философский. А я считаю, и думаю, что вы тоже с этим согласны, что сегодня все главные проблемы нашего времени – это проблемы философские. Без философии никуда дальше двигаться нельзя. Как сказал великий Кант, есть 3 главных вопроса. Что такое человек? Что я могу знать, что я должен делать и на что я могу надеяться. Вот все эти вопросы сейчас мы снова решаем, в новой ситуации мы должны их снова давать на них ответы. Поэтому философия сейчас для меня дисциплина номер 1 и для всех, кто думает. Это дисциплина и теоретическая, и сугубо практическая. Поэтому большое спасибо и хочу сказать, да здравствует философия.
Прошу следующую нашу номинацию. Лучшая российская философская книга. И у нас здесь в шорт-листе оказались следующие книги. Дэвид Юм и загадки его философии. Васильев Вадим Валерьевич. Наполеон и философия. Кротов Артем Александрович. Логика смысла как философия сознания, приглашение к размышлению, Смирнов Андрей Вадимович. Ненадежное бытие, Хайдеггер и модернизм, Краличкин Дмитрий Юрьевич. Вы видите, что здесь 4 книги, а не 3, потому что некоторые книги набрали одинаковое количество голосов, и было бы несправедливо кого-то исключать и оставлять только 3. Поэтому вот здесь соревновались 4 книги. И, Шалбан Валерьевич, вы совершенно зря ушли. Мы вас еще раз попросим. Нам очень приятно, что такой высокопоставленный человек выручает у нас. Знаете, вспоминаю такой анекдот советских времен. Брежнев говорит своему водителю: да, я тоже хоть за рулем посижу, да? Поехал, сел за руль, выезжает за перекресток, повышает скорость, и его тут же гаишник тормозит. И отдает честь, отходит, значит, другой гаишник его спрашивает: там кто, шишка, говорит, какая-то, что ли? Он говорит: я не знаю, кто там едет, но за рулем у него Брежнев. Вот у нас люди у нас в обществе, наверное, не знают, кто такие иногда Васильев, да, Кротов, потому что они очень знамениты и популярны в наших узких философских кругах. Но то, что им вице-спикер Государственной Думы вручает дипломы, мне кажется, это очень почетно и замечательно.
Для меня честь. Итак, лучшая российская философская книга «Дэвид Юм и загадки его философии». Васильев Вадим Валерьевич.
Спасибо, я очень-очень тронут и тоже волнуюсь. Хочу поблагодарить, конечно же, жюри, которое за меня проголосовало. Я согласен с Владиславом Александровичем, прекрасный, очень интересный, провокативный конгресс. И я вижу, надеюсь, что вот это вручение будет, это уже очевидно, так сказать, прекрасным завершением. Хочу поблагодарить наш философский факультет и руководство философского факультета за творческую обстановку, которая там существует, и которая стимулирует нас на работу. Семью свою хочу поблагодарить за поддержку. И, конечно, Дэвида Юма за вдохновение. И я уверен, что его книги делали мир и делают мир чуть-чуть лучше. Спасибо.
Шаубан Валерьевич, не уходите. Еще одну номинацию мы все-таки вас попросим вручить. Это номинация за работы в области философской компаративистики. Нет, это не то дали нам. Сейчас. Философскую компаративистику, пожалуйста. Дайте. Вот так, да, все правильно. Кстати, скажу, что поскольку первый блин немножко комом, да, и мы, когда номинации определяли, а потом советом премии собрались, нам высказали справедливое замечание, что премия это евразийская, а мало евразийства. Вот эта номинация, она как раз о философии Востока, о философии глобального юга и так далее. Но компаративистика это все-таки немножко узкая в этом плане вещь. Попросили участники Совета премии, чтобы в следующий раз, обязательно, я думаю, это состоится, была еще отдельная номинация именно для тех, кто занимается востоковедением, Китаем, Индией и так далее. Поэтому обязательно такую номинацию в следующий раз сделаем. А сейчас за работы в области философской компаративистики, пожалуйста, дайте на экран номинантов наших. Межкультурная философия, истоки, методология, проблематика, перспективы. Степанян Смаета Тиграновна. Всечеловеческое versus общечеловеческое Смирнов Андрей Вадимович. Индийские философы о природе восприятия Дигнага и его оппоненты. Тексты и исследования Лысенко Виктория Георгиевна. Хайдеггер как пионер межкультурной философии. Колесников Анатолий Сергеевич. Тоже, видите, 4 получилось, потому что тоже набрали равное количество голосов. И, Шаубан Валерьевич, расскажите нам, пожалуйста, кто победил.
Знаете, уже начинаю привыкать к своей роли. Это даже... Итак, за работу в области философской компаративистики, межкультурная философия, истоки, методология, проблематика, перспективы. Степанян Мариета Тиграновна.
Пожалуйста. Мариета Тиграновна, пожалуйста.
Да, от успеха сразу закружилась голова. Ну, это понятно. Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что эту премию получили мы, я имею в виду, потому что, хотя имя мое стоит, но за этим стоят и многие мои как-то коллеги. Я думаю, мы получили именно потому, что конкурсная комиссия составлена из очень квалифицированных философов с широким кругозором. Поэтому, хотя название книги, вернее, номинация их не устраивала, я это понимаю, потому что компаративистика – это какая-то, в общем, уже и узкая, и немножечко отошедшая в сторону, оставшаяся позади, я бы сказала, область, а впереди идет ее, та, которая будет областью будущего в философском дискурсе. Это межкультурная философия. Только понятая не так, как и у нас еще некоторые понимают, как политический концепт. Это не политический концепт, там против европоцентризма, против глобализма и так далее. Это есть, но главное все-таки в этом направлении мыслить глобально, не самому, а мыслить глобально благодаря коллегам со всего мира. И моя книга давала просто такой один маленький пример, как это возможно, привлекая западных мыслителей, европейских главным образом, а главное азиатских, и прислушиваясь к их голосам, и как это может помочь нам, российским философам, работать над теми или иными проблемами. Для меня эта поддержка, конечно, очень важна, но еще более важна она будет для моих коллег, которые в прошлом году выпустили большую книгу по компаративистике с участием большого количества азиатских мыслителей и исторических персонажей, и тех, которые живут и работают сегодня. Из Китая, из Японии, из Индии, из Шри-Ланки, из мусульманского Востока. Вот это было нашим достижением. И, конечно, рядом были и те западные философы, которые основали это направление. Вот, к сожалению, я думала, что здесь будет профессор Рауль Бетанкур, Форнет Бетанкур, но он, оказывается, дистанционно выступал. Я даже принесла для него книгу, в которой есть перевод его работ. Спасибо вам большое. Это большая для нас радость.
Следующая наша номинация «За философию в искусстве». Вы знаете, что в России и поэт в России больше, чем поэт, и философия часто происходила и реализовывалась в форме писательства, литературы, ну и музыки, и скульптуры, и других видов искусств. То есть дело в том, что философичность творчества очень важна, и мы решили поощрить тех, кто несет философское начало в своем творчестве. И вот здесь у нас номинанты. Мартынов Владимир Иванович, известный российский композитор, и его номинируют за композиторскую деятельность и исследования на стыке музыки, музыковедения и философии. Намдаков Даши Бельжанович, российский скульптор, всемирно известный скульптор, художник, график за серию скульптурных образов, обобщающих космос Российской Азии, метафизику культуры народов Сибири и Дальнего Востока. И Пелевин Виктор Олегович, всем нам известный российский писатель, эссеист за философию в литературе. А вручить премию в этой номинации мы приглашаем нашего партнера, руководителя управления правового сопровождения бизнеса Тинькофф Стаймаусова Александра Юрьевича. Большое спасибо вашей группе за огромную помощь в нашем деле, в организации этой премии.
Да, уважаемые философы, не буду греха таить, я тоже очень сильно волнуюсь. Вы знаете, философия, нас так учили в институте, это мать всех наук. В таком случае искусство – это, наверное, самая красивая форма ее интерпретации. Я лично люблю и философию, и искусство, и уж тем более музыку. Не могу сказать, что это всегда взаимная любовь, но меня это нисколько не смущает, потому что, как говорил философ, не так важна цель, как важен путь к ней. Итак, в номинации за философию в искусстве побеждает Владимир Иванович Мартынов.
С Владимиром Ивановичем мы созванивались накануне. У него уже был назначен в Питере, в Санкт-Петербурге концерт. И он, конечно, не мог его отменить, там зрители и так далее. Но его супруга поручает эту премию. Передайте, пожалуйста, наш низкий поклон его таланту, его творчеству.
Спасибо огромное. Вы знаете, я всего-навсего жена, но еще немножко, в общем, музыкант. Вот. Лично я счастлива. Спасибо вам большое.
Следующая наша номинация – это «За проекты в области философии». Объясню название номинаций. Мы не только поощряем тех, кто творит философию, пишет, философствует на разные темы, но и те, кто продюсирует философов. Это и популяризирует философию. Это и наши журналы, и телеграм-каналы, и радиопередачи, и передачи на Ютубе. То есть большое количество, большой труд в это вкладывается этими людьми. Может быть, они сами не философы, но они философам, которые, знаете, сами как дети иногда, и сами не могут заниматься какой-то вот такой деловой активностью. Но вот без них, без продюсеров наших ничего бы не получилось. Поэтому мы, конечно, сделали такую номинацию. И покажите, пожалуйста, кто у нас здесь. Здесь тоже 4 номинанта у нас получилось. Журнал «Логос», главный редактор Анашвили Валерий Валерьянович. Цикл просветительских философских семинаров, конференций, программ организаторов Дом Лосева, научная библиотека, мемориальный музей. Подкаст «Неискусственный интеллект», где редакторы, ведущие Васильев, Волков и Кузнецов. И, к сожалению, что-то здесь какая-то сдвижка по фазе, потому что на самом деле у нас 4 номинанта. Потому что есть программа «Философские ночи» на радио «Вера», где ведущим является Козырев Алексей Павлович. Не знаю, по каким причинам, вот здесь что-то сдвинулось. Потому что номинации 4, меня не обманешь. Вот. Алексей Павлович, мы вас помним. А для награждения приглашается еще один философ, депутат Государственной Думы. Да, мы решили парламентариев, чтобы они хоть чем-нибудь полезным занялись, вот, значит, использовать в этом вопросе и попросить вручить премию.
Добрый день, добрый день. Я тоже, как и все, кто встает за эту трибуну, сегодня волнуюсь. Но кроме того, что я волнуюсь, я хочу сказать, что для меня это великая честь стоять здесь и вручать эту премию. Хотя, казалось бы, наоборот, великая честь для тех, кто эту премию получает. Ну ведь действительно это так. Но я попробую доказать обратное. Почему? Ну вот после того, как выпускник философского факультета получает диплом, а я тоже таким выпускником Уральского университета философского факультета являюсь, мы с гордостью и радостью читаем диплом, где написано «Присвоена квалификация философ». И мы такие, ну как же, вот Кант философ, Гегель, Аристотель философ, и я философ, ничего себе. И с такой гордостью мы выходим в большой, светлый, интересный мир. И дальше пути выпускников философского факультета, они разделяются на 2 части. Кто-то продолжает жить в философии, пишет книги, учит других студентов, а кто-то занимается какими-то другими делами, другими вещами. И таких, конечно же, большинство. Конечно же, большинство. И вот для тех, кто занимается философией, они, конечно, вы, вернее, конечно, книги пишете не для того, чтобы премию получать, по совершенно другим причинам. И эта премия – это только повод для того, чтобы те идеи, которые есть у вас, были обсуждены теми людьми, которые к философии имеют либо боковое значение, такими как мы, которые закончили философский факультет и занялись какими-то другими делами, или людьми, которыми вообще к философии никакого отношения не имеют. Поэтому тот, кому удается вот из этого мира людей, чуть-чуть причастных к философии, оказаться где-то, где написана философия, в книжном ли магазине, где написаны книги по философии, или увидеть вот здесь вот книги продаются, там философская библиотека, или просто поговорить с философом, или уж тем более вручить премию, это, конечно, великая честь, это, конечно, огромная гордость и воспоминания на всю жизнь. Потому что я вот сейчас выйду, напишу в наш чатик моих однокурсников, одногруппников и скажу: ребята, сейчас фоточки пришлю, я сегодня вручал философскую премию. А наши выпускники, они, конечно, находятся везде. Вот Александр Владимирович Перцев, наш дорогой преподаватель и декан наш философ, вот он, Александр Владимирович, говорит, что его аспиранты, говорит, что один из его аспирантов сейчас копает яму, вот здесь, говорит, 53 этажа дома, он сейчас яму копает, значит, 53 этажа вниз. Я знаю выпускников философского факультета, которые заняли строчки в Форбсе, я знаю выпускников философского факультета, которые занимаются другими интересными вещами. У нас в Государственной Думе выпускников философского факультета, конечно, больше, чем 4. Я думаю, что их примерно 5%, то есть около 25 человек, которые закончили философский факультет, которые имеют степени различные философские. Но чем я действительно могу гордиться, тем, что сказал вот наш дорогой вице-спикер Государственной Думы Шалбан Валерьевич Караул, что нас с философского факультета Уральского университета в Государственной Думе 4 человека. Все мы из 3 разных фракций, из них 3 являются прямыми учениками одного профессора Уральского университета Владимира Борисовича Куликова, которые, значит, учились у него и до сих пор дружат и общаемся с ним, так же, как с Александром Владимировичем Перцевым. Поэтому спасибо большое, что дали такую возможность, но потяну немножко интригу, да, значит, есть у меня тоже свой маленький вклад, но если не в философию, то в этот конгресс, а вклад такой, хочу рассказать философский анекдот. Анекдот такой, значит, средняя школа, 5 класс, урок труда у девочек. Выходит учительница и говорит: девочки, внимание, тема сегодняшнего урока – выворачивание Канта наизнанку. Такая рука с задней парты. Да, Машенька? Марья Ивановна, скажите, это что же получается? Звездное небо внутри нас? Поэтому с удовольствием... Спасибо. С удовольствием вручаю эту премию Козыреву Алексею Павловичу.
Алексей Павлович, простите, вот вы возникли вот здесь вот справа. Вот видите, на сайте нас заставили поволноваться.
Ну, я не ожидал, и вот, правда, очень взволнован. Вот тут 4 замечательных проекта. Я считаю, что мой тоже неплохой. Вот я участвовал во всех. Журнал «Логос» создавался на нашем курсе. Здесь присутствует Валера Анашвили. Вот. Он не менее достоин. Это журнал, где я печатался. «Дом Лосева», ну, с самого начала, с 2004 года, с Азой Алибековной, с Еленой Аркадьевной. Я участвовал в этом проекте. Подкаст «Не искусственный интеллект», но он моложе, этот проект. Вот Вадим Васильев здесь присутствует. Он тоже участвовал у Антона Кузнецова. Тоже блестящий, достойный проект. Но раз уж жюри решило, что я сюда попал, то я хочу поблагодарить всех, во-первых, моих гостей. Было более 250 программ. Вот многие из вас участвовали. Кто не участвовал, я жду на эфирах. Я хочу поблагодарить Илью Кузьменкова, главного редактора радиостанции «Вера», с которым мы придумывали название, моего редактора Костю Мацана. Хочу поблагодарить звукорежиссеров Полину, Сашу, Алексея, Романа. Радио – это такая вещь. И вообще я очень люблю радио, потому что Там не нужно думать о том, как ты выглядишь, как у тебя появляются морщины под глазами, выспался ты сегодня или нет. Там только голос и беседа. Голос и мозг, и пространство чистого эфира. Поэтому я очень люблю радио, и я очень благодарен жюри философской премии за присуждение этой, наверное, первой в моей жизни премии за то, что я делаю в своей профессиональной области. Спасибо.
Дмитрий Геннадьевич Гусев, Дмитрий Геннадьевич, депутаты должны работать.
Служу философии.
Да. Следующую номинацию вручаем. Это номинация за исследование в области этики и традиционных ценностей. Пожалуйста, номинантов нам покажите. За исследование в области этики и традиционных ценностей. В некоторых номинациях получилось так, что есть не в шорт-лист, может быть, и 3 попало, но когда происходило голосование уже за победителя, то тоже случаются такие случаи, есть действительно 2 таких номинации, по-моему, когда победили 2 человека сразу, потому что тоже равное количество голосов. В этой номинации тоже именно так будет. Сейчас мы представляем книги «Философия практического разума», агатологический проект Шохин Владимир Кириллович, «Этика под ключ» Стекацкий Александр Куприянович и «Этика и культура. Статьи, заметки, выступления, интервью» Гусейнов Абдусалам Абдулкеримович. Привыкли называть Салам Керимович, просто его. Вот. И, Дмитрий Геннадьевич, раскройте секрет. Кто те 2
Если дадут
человека,
конверт, то, конечно.
которые получили равное количество голосов?
Итак, Оскар уходит Абдусалам Абдулкеримович Гусейнов. Это 1-я премия. И еще один конверт. Еще один конверт. Владимир Кириллович Шохин.
И, к сожалению,
Никого нет?
ни того, ни другого мы не видим. Нет? Есть. Но как?
Ходите.
Ну а что же так скромно-то, да? Вадим Андреевич, пожалуйста, за Салам Керимовича получите премию. Он, наверное, сегодня не смог это самое, потому что... Да, конечно, ну а кто еще? Заместитель его должен получить, значит. Пожалуйста. Только все передайте, пожалуйста. Так, ну. И у нас... Да, если есть что сказать, пожалуйста.
Ну, секундочку. Это правильно меня слышно?
Красными эти, которые горят.
Здесь. Спасибо большое. Ну вот уже тут принято говорить, как это волнительно и неожиданно, но для меня это совсем неожиданно, потому что книга с таким названием, она, в общем-то говоря, действительно довольно эзотерическая. Вот. Но основной смысл заключается ее в том, что в основе практической философии должно быть заложено понятие блага. Мысль, в общем-то, вполне нормативная со времен Платона и Аристотеля, но в последнее время этика, она как-то сдрейфовала в другую сторону. Вот скорее речь идет о правах, об обязанностях, о некоторых других параметрах, тогда как, в общем-то говоря, именно благо составляет, собственно говоря, телеологию. Вопрос «зачем?», в чем смысл жизни, вот эти вот кантовские вопросы, которые очень уместно процитировал Владислав Александрович. Вот, и, в общем-то говоря, и что я должен делать, и на что я смею надеяться, они действительно, в общем-то говоря, непосредственно связаны с этим вопросом о том, что такое благо. Ну и хочу поблагодарить и пожелать блага Евразийскому философскому конгрессу. Вот, позволю себе такое замечание в связи с тем, что было сказано о том, что поскольку я являюсь востоковедом по своей базовой специализации, что действительно расширение наших философских студий на восток, вот, оно является очень важным и востребованным. Вот, огромное спасибо за оказанную честь.
Следующая номинация, в которой мы хотели поощрить переводчиков, тех людей, которые осуществляют непосредственно наше вот это межкультурное взаимодействие. Номинация «За перевод зарубежного философского труда». И здесь у нас тоже 4 номинанта. Значит, Мартин Хайдеггер «Размышления черной тетради» и переводчик Григорьев Алексей Борисович. Платон «Политик», неустаревающая классика, переводчик Светлов Роман Викторович, нами уважаемый. Герберт Мид «Философия современного искусства», перевод Кедрова Марина Олеговна. И упомянутый сегодня неоднократно Перцев Александр Владимирович за перевод его книги романа Гвардини «Божественная комедия Данте». Все они замечательные переводчики и по этим книгам, и по другим. И сейчас мы будем вручать номинацию. И для вручения номинации я приглашаю человека, который, может быть, вы эту фамилию забыли, но сейчас моментально вспомните. Помните поздний Советский Союз, когда была холодная война, когда у нас были очень напряженные отношения с Соединенными Штатами, с Западом. Маленькая девочка из Америки Саманта Смит написала письмо Горбачеву. Она была приглашена в Советский Союз, прилетела сюда, но потом, к сожалению, трагически погибла. А в ответ наша голубка мира Катя Лычева полетела в Америку, совершила там турне и с доброй вестью к американским детям, к американской молодежи приезжала. Екатерина Лычева с нами. Она воплощает с собой тоже межкультурный диалог.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо. Здравствуйте. Ну, я хотела бы тоже прежде всего поблагодарить, потому что организаторы философской премии — это мои и близкие коллеги, и близкие друзья, так сложилось по жизни. Дело в том, что последние 10 лет на площадке Государственной Думы ежегодно мы собираем порядка 1000 лучших научно-технических детских работ. Это изобретения в разных отраслях, в разных областях знания, от медицины, умного города, IT, различных, очень много детских творческих работ в области транспортного машиностроения, это и дроны, и самолеты, и так далее. И, ну, я не философ, но для меня философия — это поиск духа, жизнь духа. И вот мне кажется, это очень смежные вещи, потому что, я вам хочу сказать, это огромное счастье работать с такими талантливыми детьми. То есть вот у нас сейчас вот как раз период, когда во всех 89 субъектах Российской Федерации проходят отборочные этапы. То есть мы вот не вылезаем из самолетов, везде ездим, смотрим, помогаем, выбираем, обычно на площадках крупнейших технологических вузов региональных. И каждый раз ты видишь, что идея любая идея воплощенная, она прежде всего, вот у ребенка горят глаза, потому что он не что-то с чем-то конкретно хочет соединить. У него всегда есть очень большая, только иногда ему понятная, важная для его семьи, для его небольшой еще жизненной истории, для его города, для его видения мира цель. И вот для меня, мне кажется, что вот это главный смысл вашей жизни и вашей работы, потому что философия дает эту цель. Философия открывает горизонты, которые ни одна другая наука открыть не может. И я бы вот в развитии нашей премии хотела бы предложить. Вот мне кажется, что философия в технике и инженерии может такая номинация быть тоже очень интересно.
Ну что ж, интересно, действительно.
В будущем. Переходим к награждению. И в номинации за перевод зарубежного философского труда побеждает Григорьев Александр Борисович.
Алексей Борисович. Алексей Борисович.
Можно сказать? Да, конечно. Дорогие друзья, я очень польщен тем, что удостоен Евразийской философской премии и благодарен оргкомитету и жюри за эту честь. Благодарен я также спонсору издания переводов Хайдеггера, издательству имени Гайдара и его сотрудников, которые оказывали мне внимание и поддержку. Спасибо им. От себя еще хочу добавить, что наше все Александр Сергеевич Пушкин сказал как-то, что переводчики – почтовые лошади просвещения. И я очень горд тем, что в качестве такой лошади получаю приз. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Катюша. Да, мы вас еще не отпускаем. Вы у нас такая замечательная, красивая, что мы на вас еще полюбуемся. За работу по истории русской философии, так называется номинация. За работу по истории русской философии. Пожалуйста, включите нам ее. Угу. Представлены следующие книги. Вошли в шорт-лист «Положение мертвых. Эзионистская история русского космизма». Сафронов Владислав Юрьевич. «Энциклопедия «Русская философия». Маслин Михаил Александрович. «Евразийство. Логос, Эйдос, символ, миф». Вахитов Рустем Ринатович. Вот такие у нас серьезные люди состязаются в этой номинации. Но только Катя нам скажет, кто оказался символическим победителем. Ну, конечно, победителей не бывает, да, здесь все победители, все, кто вошел в шорт-листы, это все победители, это все очень достойные люди, достойные книги.
Итак, за работу по истории русской философии первое место занимает энциклопедия «Русская философия» Маслин Михаил Александрович. Михаил Александрович.
Михаил Александрович, я сегодня видел, он здесь, он здесь. Михаил Александрович, вам уже сразу наказ выпустить энциклопедию евразийства в будущем.
Спасибо. Весьма тронут, конечно. Работа так сказать, такая энциклопедия. Вообще у нас энциклопедий очень мало. Наша культура мало энциклопедична, если сравните с французскими энциклопедиями, лярусами или немецкими, брагаузами, по всем отраслям знания. И вот это первая в своем роде энциклопедия по истории русской философии. Наш труд пропал недаром. Есть такая вот. Хотя труд огромный, должен сказать, что мы ни разу никаких грантов не получали. В российских научных фондах существует такая порочная традиция. Последующие издания тех или иных работ, энциклопедии, так сказать, монографии или никакие гранты не присуждать. Поэтому вот выйдет 5-е издание энциклопедии, и вот без всяких грантов оно выйдет как раз к юбилею Московского университета, к 260-летию основания Московского университета. И это для нас особенно приятно, потому что история русской философии во многом это история философии в Московском университете. Не будет в обиду сказано Петербургскому университету, который хотя и первый, и хотя основанный в 1724 году, но он первый не пошедший, а пошел в жизнь и обрел настоящую жизнь Московский университет, основанный несколько позже, в 1755 году. А Петербургский университет, к сожалению, не набирал студентов, и поэтому так захерел. Поэтому я испытываю огромную гордость, прежде всего, за свой родной университет, который в моем представлении олицетворял и будет олицетворять историю русской философии. Большое спасибо.
Санкт-Петербургская школа философская, она у нас очень хорошо была представлена на Конгрессе. Сейчас у нас несколько прекрасных докладов были, и мы все знаем, как, ну и вот номинанты были, вот Александр Сикацкий, да, и мы знаем, какие блестящие книги издаются. Вот в философской премии, в Совете премии было несколько человек из Санкт-Петербурга, но, мне кажется, в недостаточном количестве. В следующий раз мы восполним этот недостаток и побольше людей туда заведем, чтобы у них была возможность своих ребят, так сказать, помочь своим ребятам, потому что работы очень замечательные и достойные. Ну и у нас, да. Да. Так, значит, конфликтов не допущу. Давайте последнюю номинацию сразу за лучшую учебно-методическую работу. Последняя номинация у нас. Так. Введение в историю культуры под редакцией Кротова. История арабо-мусульманской философии, учебник и антология под редакцией Смирнова. История философии от востока, философии Древнего Востока до философии 21 века под редакцией Васильева, Кротова, Бугая. Вот Катя нам сейчас расскажет. И у нас здесь тоже 2 или 1 побеждает. Да, у нас это тоже та номинация, в которой равное количество голосов набрали победители. И вот я, наверное, не думаю, что это не сильно большой секрет. У нас там денежная премия есть каждой номинации. То есть не только... Кстати, ну, может быть, мы покажем, да, вообще, чем мы награждаем-то людей? Да, это вот такая вот красивая вещь, такой философский камень, своего рода символический. Это диплом. Да. Диплом не можем? Да, ну дипломы, я думаю, все видели. Вот. И конверт, вот там в нем премия денежная. А в случаях, когда номинация двое побеждают, она делится на двоих. Вот, поэтому, но тем не менее, звание, оно остается одно единственное. Катя, раскройте тайну.
Так, и неважно в какой очередности, правильно?
Да. Ну, да,
это два
наверное,
победителя. Итак, за лучшую учебно-методическую работу. История философии. От философии Древнего Востока до философии 21 века. Васильева, Кротова, Бугая.
Так, ну,
И сразу, наверное...
Васильеву сегодня
да?
2 раза выходить на
Еще раз.
сцену.
Может быть, я сразу назову, нет? Второе тоже?
Да, конечно.
И введение в историю культуры. Кротов, Смирнов, Свидерская и Лунгина.
Буквально 2 слова. Я очень признателен. Это наш коллективный давний проект. Мы с Артемом Александровичем придумали этот учебник. Он уже огромное количество выдержал изданий. Очень приятно, что вы его отметили. Спасибо большое.
Дорогие друзья, конечно, всем, кто сегодня выходит на сцену, приходится признаваться в том, что присуждение премии – факт неожиданный. Ну и я бы, наверное, отметил применительно к собственной персоне, используя сленг современных студентов, видимо, по совокупности достижений все-таки вручена премия. Видите, трижды фигурировали мои работы в этих номинациях. Но, как бы то ни было, я очень признателен всему коллективу, который работал над учебником под моей редакцией. На самом деле, это очень тяжелая работа была проделана. 13 авторов вошли в итоге в число тех, кто создал эту книгу, и она была создана на материале анализа новейших явлений, тенденций в истории культуры. Примительно, вы знаете, к все-таки нашему двухдневному мероприятию я один бы факт хотел отметить в связи с тем, что организаторы Конгресса, на мой взгляд, справедливо выделили такую номинацию, которую большинство из нас, профессионалов, чрезвычайно низко ценит обычно, потому что полагаем мы, что статьи и монографии, главная наша задача, а не учебно-методическое обеспечение. Все-таки я хотел бы в связи с этим подчеркнуть. Философы разных эпох умели работать в разных жанрах. Мало кто знает этот примечательный факт. Биография Рене Декарта. В декабре 1649 года, незадолго до смерти, он работает над комедией. Она не была закончена. И все же в этой комедии Декарт влагает в уста персонажей, а их двое, Александр и Партени, и эти персонажи высказывают мысли, пусть в несколько завуалированной с точки зрения современного профессионального сообщества форме, мысли о природе мудрости, о познании истины и о философии. И, на мой взгляд, мы сегодня, работая над нашими темами, вполне можем действовать сходным образом по отношению к родоначальнику европейского рационализма. Иначе говоря, у философов гораздо более глубокие возможности осваивать различные жанры, чем мы привыкли ими распоряжаться до сих пор. Как правило, когда говорят о философах, люди, не причастные к этой сфере деятельности, обычно представляют образ человека в очках, склонившегося над книгой, который мало вникает во что-то иное, кроме собственного предметного поля. Но в действительности философы могут популяризировать свои идеи. Пусть и не в плане аргументации, конечно, Андрей Владимирович со мной согласится, но, по крайней мере, в плане изложения своих тезисов. И я надеюсь, что и сегодняшние участники Евразийского конгресса и участники будущих конгрессов вполне успешно с этой задачей справятся. Спасибо за внимание.
Вы знаете, премия – это такая вещь, с этими голосованиями вечно оказывается, что хочется, чтобы кто-то победил, вполне заслуженно. Андрей Вадимович Смирнов, он в 3 номинациях вошел в шорт-лист, и каждый раз не хватало голоса. Была бы моя воля, обязательно бы ему досталась номинация. Тем более, что Андрей Вадимович, самую большую неоценимую помощь оказывал и в организации премии, и в организации Конгресса. Можно отдельно вас поблагодарить. Давайте все поблагодарим Андрея Вадимовича. Я говорю, дай бог премия не последняя, и я уверен, что мы обязательно победим. Просто, ну, это реально обидно просто, что вот так получилось. И тут я вынужден сейчас еще сказать об одной вещи. У нас, когда мы выдвигали книги, которые потом получат премии, которые войдут в шорт-лист, мы не делали различия между теми, кто действующие, ныне живущие философы и авторы, и теми, кто уже ушел от нас. И люди сами выдвинули книги тех, кто от нас ушел. Все три, про кого я сейчас скажу, все три книги и три этих человека, они попали в шорт-листы. Они были бы здесь тоже. Но Совет премии справедливо решил, что нельзя соревноваться тем, кто пишет, работает сейчас, и ушедшим от нас людям. Поэтому мы вынесли отдельно этих людей и их работы. Еще раз повторю, они заслуженно и так вошли в шорт-листы. На специальные премии памяти. И первая премия памяти вручается Мироновой Дагмар. И вот оценена была книга Владимира Васильевича «Метафизика не умирает. Избранные статьи, выступления и интервью». Микрофон.
Дорогие коллеги, конечно, я очень тронута, что вы так высоко оценили именно деятельность моего покойного супруга Владимира Васильевича. Конечно, книга, о которой здесь идет речь, «Метафизика не умирает», это, собственно говоря, именно сборник его работ самых разных лет. И в чем-то, наверное, отражает всю полноту его научных, философских, личностных интересов. Поэтому, коллеги, я вам очень благодарна за то, что вы помните и цените Владимира Васильевича. Ну и я хотела бы сказать, помните, метафизика не умирает.
Еще одна премия памяти за книгу «За 50 лет. Избранные труды». Котрылев Николай Всеволодович. И получает вдова Николая Всеволодовича Чудотворцева Татьяна Фоминична. Татьяна Фоминична, пожалуйста.
Благодарю Тронута и благодарю всех тех, кто проголосовал за моего супруга. И благодарю главным образом за одно слово, которым эта премия обозначена – за память.
И третья книга премии памяти, тоже вошедшая в шорт-листы и действительно проголосовали. Действительно достойная книга, эсхатологический оптимизм, философские размышления из работ молодой, талантливой девушки, очень трагически погибшей, убитой Дугиной Дарьи Александровны. Есть, по-моему, мама, да, Даша где-то есть. Да, пожалуйста.
позволите несколько слов? Эта книга «Эсхатологический оптимизм» составлена нами, отцом Дашей и мной, матерью, из текстов статей, из выступлений, из ее лекций. Она выступала с лекциями перед молодежью, в клубах, на факультетах, в других местах. И дипломных работ также Дашиных, а также кусочков из ее недописанной диссертации. Вот на коротком расстоянии было трудно заметить, что рядом с нами формировался философ. Это было не очень заметно, да и мы не очень присматривались, много было дела, работы. Но сейчас мы видим, что я вижу, что эта книга вполне философская книга, что в ней содержатся очень оригинальные мысли, идеи и концепты. Вот сам концепт эсхатологического оптимизма, она как-то его подхватила, выхватила, я даже не знаю откуда, но это ее концепт, она его прожила. Даша вообще считала, что мысль нужно проживать, что философия должна мыслить понимающим образом, и она должна мыслить страстно, восторженно, экстатически, что философия — это то, что может открыть нам совершенно неожиданные вещи, неожиданные горизонты для нашей молодежи, которая сейчас погибает там, в наркотиках, в бессмысленности, в отсутствии интересов, целей, смыслов. Эсхатологический оптимизм, да вот Даша, кстати, писала в своем электронном дневнике «Топи и выси моего сердца», который уже вышел, она писала так. Она очень была таким экзальтированным философом, я бы сказала. Мы в этот мир заброшены, мы, философы. На нас долг и миссия. Нам нужна внутренняя революция. Нам, философам, нужна внутренняя революция. Революция духа. И в другом месте она писала. Мы в центральной оси вертикального восстания. Вертикального восстания. Современный мир предлагает нам плоскую картину мира. Плато, ризома. Традиция предлагала нам вертикальную ориентацию. Вертикаль. Новое время ее благополучно завалило. У нас есть шанс реставрировать вертикаль. Платоническую вертикаль. Даша была платоником. Даша была и взяла даже псевдоним Платонова. Даша была христианским платоником, православным платоником. Конечно, Даша выросла в философской семье, и она, конечно, училась у отца немножко, она хотела сделать философию яркой, пронзительной, вот просто бьющей людей как бы вот наотмашь. И у нее еще есть несколько интересных концепций, я их назову, или концептов. Она считала, что Делез правильно рассуждал. Кстати, она интересовалась также постмодерном очень серьезно, и в частности его темной, такой первертной стороной, может быть, в каком-то смысле, Делезом, объектно-ориентированными онтологами, Нигерстани, Никленд, Мейсу. Все это она читала, очень тщательно прорабатывала. У нее есть заметки в этой работе «Эсхатологический оптимизм». И вот у Делеза она увидела идею ловли концептов. Философ должен ловить концепты, должен ловить концепты, ловить и создавать эти концепты. И вот у нее есть также интересный концепт фронтира, которому будет посвящена следующая книжка. Мы тоже соберем из ее выступлений, потому что она очень много сделала в этом направлении. Фронтир как универсальный философский концепт. Если подумать, что это такое, я не буду углубляться, но можно сказать, что фронтир — это там, где нет строгой линии разделения, там, где есть полоса, там, где есть пространство, и где в этом пространстве совершаются столкновения, где там рождается новое, умирает старое. Фронтир сейчас — это, наверное, Украина для нас. Может быть, вы не согласитесь, но там решаются судьбы народов. Там формируется новое будущее. Там делаются проекты и той, и другой стороной. Это фронтир. За счет фронтиров цивилизации меняют свои горизонты, меняют свои границы. Поэтому это важный термин. Но фронтир есть везде. Есть и метафизический фронтир, есть и религиозный фронтир. Например, само пришествие Христа в мир, то есть приход элемента абсолюта, его сына, ну, я сейчас путаю философские, теологические понятия, волнуюсь немножко, это тоже фронтир. Наш мир — это фронтир, потому что здесь встречается материя, здесь встречается дух, ну и так далее. Фронтир — интересное понятие. Даша его разбирает очень фундаментально и очень тоже страстно, очень с большим таким воодушевлением. И последнее, что я скажу. Я знаю, что философ Цицерон, когда он потерял свою дочь Тулию, он отправился в провинцию и стал писать утешительные письма самому себе. Вот, конечно, мой плач по Даше, мой философский плач сейчас по ней просто неиссякаем. Естественно, он будет продолжаться всегда. Но мне хотелось бы думать, что сейчас мои слова — это не просто утешительные слова самой себе. Мне хотелось бы думать, что они найдут отклик в сердцах, что Дашина страсть к жизни, к мысли, воля ее к совершенству, к высоте, о которых она говорила всегда, к духу, к поэзии, не оставит нас безразличными, особенно нашу молодежь. И войдут в нас, как духи, захватят нас, как захватывает нас высокое, как захватывает нас возвышенное. И что можно надеяться на душевный отклик наших современников, еще раз подчеркиваю, особенно молодых, на интеллектуальное воодушевление, на интеллектуальную страсть, на эмпатию, на солидарность тех, которые, может быть, задумаются и о себе, и о Родине, вновь задумываются, в который раз задумаются и о себе, и о Родине, и о смысле жизни, и о том промежутке, который проходит у человека между рождением и, может быть, внезапной смертью. И о евразийстве также, поскольку мы на Евразийском съезде, а мы начинали евразийство здесь 30 лет назад, или даже 40, может быть, лет назад. И Даша была, когда она была маленькая, она ходила на евразийские съезды, принимала участие в евразийских программах. У нас есть куча фотографий, как она маленькая держит наш евразийский флаг, 7-летняя. И также задумаемся мы, вот читая эти книги, о выборе нашей Родины, своего пути. Так ли мы правильно поступили, что мы так как бы без зуба отнеслись к той идеологии достаточно мощной, достаточно сильной, которая к нам пришла, как мы ее приняли без сопротивления, без обсуждения, без согласования, без голосования. И мы, может быть, подумаем об этом выборе вновь, потому что мы сейчас находимся в том моменте, когда мы можем осуществить следующий выбор. И, может быть, мы подумаем о победе. Спасибо. Я благодарю всех, кто голосовал за Дашу, кто присвоил нам это прекрасное звание. Спасибо.
Ну, наверное, все слова были сказаны сегодня и о наших каких-то ошибках по имени, каких-то уроках на будущее, пожелания были сказаны и в процессе обсуждения. Да. Сделаю все возможное, чтобы премия не умерла, не потерялась, чтобы мы ее вручали ежегодно и чтобы она действительно помогала узнавать новые имена, как, собственно, для чего она и предназначалась. Имена уже известные, но в узких кругах, но чтобы они становились достоянием широкой публики, вот, чтобы появлялись новые книги, чтобы наша философская общественность все это обсуждала, ну а вслед за ней и вся остальная общественность. Поздравляю всех номинантов, поздравляю всех победителей, поздравляю или благодарю, точнее, всех, кто принимал участие в постоянных наших обсуждениях и в голосовании. Спасибо большое.